Good evening and welcome to the Rochester Board of Education Business Meeting. Today is June 18th. Time check, it is 6:05. And at this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and begin with an act of reverence and pledge allegiance to the flag. I would ask that Vice President Malloy lead us in the allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. At this time, I'll turn the mic over to the board clerk for a roll call this evening.
Good evening, Commissioners, Administration, and Community. Please say here or present when you hear your name. President Simmons.
Present.
Vice President Malloy.
Present.
Commissioner Feynman. Commissioner Griffin.
Present.
Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner McCullough. Present. Commissioner Santiago.
Present.
President Simmons, that concludes roll call.
Thank you, Clerk Nguyen. If you may continue with the Board of Education upcoming events, ma'am.
Absolutely. Okay, for the month of July, the board will hold 2 meeting nights. July 14th, the board will begin convening at 5:30 p.m. for the speaker forum. They will follow up by the Contract for Excellence public hearing and the board work session beginning right after, approximately 6 p.m. On Thursday, July 30th, the board will conclude its month at 6 p.m. with its monthly business meeting. As usual, all board meetings are held here at 131 West Broad Street in Conference Room 3A3B. As a reminder, the board hosts its monthly speaker forum, which is now held on the second Tuesday of every month, beginning with July. Only district students, parents, staff, and city residents may speak or submit written comments. Non-residents may only do so with approval from the forum chair. To speak or submit a written comment, you must register by 12 noon on the day of the speaker forum or public hearing in one of the 3 ways. You may complete a Google form at rcsdk12.org/speak-to-the-board. You can email the Board of Education at boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org, or you may contact the board office at 585-262-8525. As always, you must provide your name, phone number, an email address, your home address, your affiliation to the district, and the topic of your comment. You may may view the board's monthly calendar at rcsdk12.org/calendar. Thank you, President Simmons. That concludes the month's events.
Thank you, Clerk Nguyen. Moving forward, we're going to move to the acceptance of minutes. Entertaining a motion for the approval of the minutes for the June 9th work session, as well as the minutes for the August 28th business meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Second, moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Santiago. I did have a question, Clerk Nguyen. Okay, this is August 2025.
Correct.
Okay, I'm looking at that. Thank you. All in favor of approval for the minutes? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay, I have a question. If there was something that, that was voted on that it was the wrong answer on, that I gave the wrong answer on one of them, can I amend it now, or do I have to, or I can't do it at all?
I'm going to shoot that to parliamentarian. You may need to give a little more
And let me give a dig
detail
at
what
it
you're
before
referring
we
to.
shoot it over there as
I
far
didn't
as,
realize-
are you referring to the minutes, Commissioner Griffin?
Well, something, an actual resolution in that particular meeting. Is it a way to amend it, or no?
Oh, if the resolution passed.
It
then-
passed,
then-
but I don't, yeah, it passed.
Right, so then you could, so when I open this for the approval of the minutes, you can vote nay. And does she have the opportunity to request an amendment of something in the minutes if there was something that she found to be improper?
Thank you for the question. I'm not clear on what Commissioner Griffin trying to do. Are you trying to correct something in the minutes, or are you trying to go back and redo a resolution?
An answer in a resolution.
So,
Can you do that? I don't know the particulars.
So
of it,
you
I'm
you vote
asking.
you voted on the
I
resolution
voted on something, and I wanted to see if
to
I could-
change your vote?
Yes.
So there is something called a motion to reconsider. If you were in the majority of the vote, then you cannot, then it's a possibility, assuming that the board has not already acted on it or the district has not already acted on it. If it's something that the district has already acted on, then no, it cannot be changed. There is such a thing as a motion to reconsider. However, if you were not in the prevailing side, then you do not get to propose a motion to reconsider. So if, were you in the prevailing side of the resolution?
No, I
Then,
wouldn't.
then there is no, then no, you cannot propose a change to it.
So you can't propose to change?
If you were in the losing side, so somebody in the winning side could open it up for reconsideration, assuming that the district has not already acted on it, and I don't know if the district has already acted on the specific resolution that
It
you're
wouldn't
talking about.
change.
Okay. So-
To your point, it
so
wouldn't
it-
change the actual
Outcome?
outcome. But it was something that I was because of the confusion, I did not put in the right response.
Okay.
And so I wanted to correct my response.
Right.
It's
Okay.
not going to change it
Right.
as far as what the
So what I would
majority
like to
has.
recommend at this particular time in the order of this meeting is that conversation continue so that we can get clarity and find out what the path forward might be. But I'd
Right,
like
that's,
to be
that's a
able to move
potential
on at this
question I
time.
can answer
Okay,
and give
okay.
you additional information
Okay, I
on.
just wanted to
Thank
put
you
it
for the
out there the record
conversation.
Because I didn't want, there
Moving
to be-
forward on the
Understood.
agenda,
Okay.
at this time, we have the
Thank you.
advisory council reports. And I'm going to ask that our bilingual education council join us at the podium to render the report for the BEC. Mr. Pablo, thank you.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. First, I want to start by saying thank you. Just thank you to the communications team. Thank you to the superintendent. Thank you to the board for listening and for reacting to the kind of issues that we've brought forth this year. The BEC has prepared a end-of-year report this time. We don't think we've done this before in the past. It's a summary for you to see in one place, in 10 minutes, what we've done over the course of the year. I would invite you all to take a look at the hours that we've invested, the schools that we visited in particular, and to reflect a little bit on all the work that is still to be done, what we haven't accomplished yet. I'll start by saying that we tried a move back to the schools for our monthly meetings. Those worked. In-person meetings work. They work well. They require a lot of coordination with parent liaisons, homeschool assistants, teachers, principals. These meetings allowed us to interact with assistant principals. And this is important because we still don't have clarity on what's going to happen to several of the assistant principals that have the right language skills to be in bilingual schools. So I'm going to put that at the forefront because it's something that we do need to resolve. It's something that undoubtedly makes our schools better. The BEC also needs clear dialogue with members of the Office of Parent Engagement and the Executive Director of Bilingual Education and World Language. As many of you know, this position has been vacant for over 5 months now, it's just unacceptable. Whoever is appointed to this position must be fully supported by you, by the board, by Chief Cody, by all the chiefs, by the deputy superintendent, and the superintendent. This person must be empowered to advocate for bilingual and multilingual students. They have to be able to fight for their funding, and they have to make difficult decisions when necessary. We've been on this trajectory since August 2025, and we've certainly hit several road bumps, and it's still not clear how we're going to solve this situation. One of the BC's primary goals for the beginning of academic year 26-27 is to ensure we have 2 parent representatives for each of the bilingual schools. Chief Cody has already requested the names and contact information for principals and has asked for them to provide some of these potential names for families. I want to highlight something. We really need greater representation at the middle school level. Middle school is where our bilingual programs are falling off. We have great programming pre-K through 6. We have great programming 9th through 12th, and this middle part is where it falls off. So if you know of families with bilingual students in middle school programs, I would also ask you to please reach out and let us know. We look forward to more consistent and clear communication throughout the next academic year. We're going to ask for families to be brought in prior to decisions being made at our bilingual schools. And we're going to ask our families to be partners in this educational process and experiences and opportunities for their children. I'm not going to read the monthly summaries. That would take a lot of time. What I will say quickly in Spanish, just to kind of summarize this, es que tenemos mucho trabajo por delante. Todavía no tenemos un director ejecutivo de lenguas del mundo, de lenguas bilingües. Llevamos 5 meses sin liderazgo en esta posición. Francamente, es inaceptable. El Concilio Bilingüe empezó este proceso en agosto del 2025. Tuvimos inconvenientes y seguimos en esta lucha. Se tiene que resolver sí o sí. Necesitamos a alguien que abogue por los estudiantes bilingües y multilingües, que luche por su presupuesto y tome decisiones difíciles cuando sea necesario. Necesitamos 2 representantes en cada una de las escuelas bilingües del distrito, sobre todo en las secundarias. Reitero, en las secundarias es cuando tenemos problemas. Y para el próximo año queremos contar con un proceso de comunicación más coherente a lo largo del próximo año académico. So, there's a lot more to say. I may be around this summer. I would be happy to have coffee with some or with all of you, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done still. Thank you very much, and happy end of the school year. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Sierra, for your voice and your advocacy for the Bilingual Education Council consistently. We do appreciate you. I do want to acknowledge that our student representative for SLC, the Student Leadership Congress, where students involve themselves in civic engagement, lifting their voice and different things, and recognizing that our students are why we are all here. And Mr. Elijah Espada is joining us this evening to render his Student Advisory Council report. It may be your final report, is it, for the year, sir?
Yeah, it should be.
Yes, right, because what are you doing next Saturday, is it? Or is it next Saturday, or the Saturday after?
The
25th.
The 27th.
I know on the 20
The 27th, I go to Edison. So we graduate, the graduation
Better say it
ceremony
with
is the
your
27th.
chest, sir.
The graduation ceremony for Edison is the 27th.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Just
you,
having a
thank
little
you.
fun with you, but I want to acknowledge the hard work and commitment and what it takes for students to, in addition to coursework and extracurricular and just life in general, show up and do what they can to be part of the SLC and to be a voice, to lift themselves and to place themselves in front of even the Board of Education. So, Mr. Spada, we thank you for your service this evening. I do want to give him just one more round of applause, and he's going to render his final report for the year. However, your service will be continued, I'm sure.
For sure.
The mic is yours, sir.
Thank you. So first off, I want to say good afternoon to the superintendent, the board, and our chiefs. Thank you for having me here one last time. It's been an honor to serve as the Student Leadership Congress president and the student representative for RCSD. I have enjoyed every moment with every person within my time in this district. The Student Leadership Congress had its final meeting on June 10, 2026, and during the final meeting, our new and improved Student Leadership Congress president has been selected, and I am proud to announce that my successor is Elizabeth Sage Sophia from School of the Arts. I cannot wait for her debut in the role that I have played, and it is with much confidence that I can say that she has the talents, perspectives, and the skills that I did not have when I stepped into this role. It is amazing to know this because this is the beginning of a new era, a new type of leadership everywhere within the RCSD, our superintendent, our board, and our SLC. I already have stuff for the SLC to decide upon if they want to work, if they would like to work on it or not, but I'd also love for them to pursue their own ideas next year. A lot of challenges that the students have seemed to face this year has been underrepresentation, blockades in modern resources, and the lack of classes that actually prepare you for real-world post-graduation experiences. The SLC this year has already laid down the groundwork for one of many solutions for underrepresentation in the likes of celebrations, recognition, and cultural promotion campaigns for ethnic groups adopted by already existing cultural recognitions, like the pitch given in the months of April and May. It is to my knowledge that it probably did not get to you guys. I apologize about that. I will catch up with that. Make sure that at the SLC next year we'll have it for you guys. When it comes about modern resources, it shouldn't be a matter of blocking them from student usage. It should be a matter of teaching them students how to use them efficiently. Efficiently use these resources, such as AI, to do things like research, fact checking, and breaking down complicated solutions to its fundamentals and how to get there step by step. There are some students that cannot learn with with certain teaching styles, and artificial intelligence is one of the ways that it can simplify things for students. While yes, some students do use it for shortcuts, that is not the point. The point is that we have modern resources to make things simpler for us students. There would be exceptions to this, such as age groups that are allowed and aren't allowed to use these resources, which let me see, my bad. So there are exceptions to this, such as age groups that are and aren't allowed to use these resources, which should be firewalled when it comes to actually using these type of modern resources. It is a topic that doesn't get discussed within 1 or 2 days, let alone a year. It is a very complicated topic, and we the students know as much. But it is time the district and the community starts using these tools that are relevant within modern times. When it comes to curriculums that will actually prepare us for post-graduation, it is absolutely pivotal that the current system needs to be looked at for areas of modification. There should be financial and credit classes that teach you how to actually stay with and ahead of the system. Financial understanding should not just be limited to financial algebra. Yeah, financial algebra. I lost my place, guys. It should be expanded into stocking, credit building, and classes that will actually teach you how to stand a chance in the real world, where today's wages outweigh the actual living expense. Do not outweigh the actual living expenses. We are not saying that it will happen within a day, but it'd be beneficial for the students who come after us sooner rather than later. We promote a new era of education, a new era of RCSD, where we listen to the students and work for them. And this is one of the areas where we need to start. To the seniors of 2026, congratulations for every big and little thing that you have done. Enjoy your moment walking across the stage, go far in life, and enjoy it to its fullest. Elizabeth, just as Hazel left the SLC to me, I leave the SLC to you. Happy summer, everybody. Enjoy it to its absolute fullest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elijah, for that report, and you spoke about so many important things. It reminds me of a conference myself and Commissioner Santiago attended in LA quite some time ago, maybe a year or so ago, and Colin Kaepernick was there, and he had a platform, Lumia AI, and it talked about utilizing AI in education. And I know Commissioner Santiago presented on opportunities there. So it was good to hear how students may possibly enjoy that, and that there's opportunity to explore that. With that said, again, we thank you for your report, and I want oh, no, you're good. At this time, allow for the board or entertain a motion for us to enter into executive session or convene into executive session to discuss matters leading to the appointment, promotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of particular persons, matters leading to the appointment or removal of a particular corporation, and pending or current litigation with our general counsel.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Santiago, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 2025-2026 Scholar Athlete Recognition Ceremony. I'm Cameron Johnson, Executive Director of Health, Physical Education, and Athletics, and it's an honor to serve as your host tonight. Tonight is about celebrating excellence, honoring scholar athletes who have balanced academics as well as athletics with determination, resilience, and heart. These scholars are proof that hard work and focus can lead to remarkable achievements. We're proud to have many distinguished guests with us tonight: Superintendent Dr. Rosser, Board Commissioner Santiago, members of the Executive Cabinet, school board members, school leaders, families, and of course, our exceptional scholar athletes. Your support has been key to their success. Throughout the evening, you'll hear inspiring stories, witness well-earned recognition, and join us in celebrating futures filled with promise. To help us kick off things, please join me in welcoming Superintendent Dr. Rosser, but first, we'll have a few words by Commissioner Santiago.
Big thank you to Coach Johnson. Can we please give it up for the young people today? Can we give it up to them? Come on. Louder than that. Let's give it up for them. Congratulations to you guys. Today we celebrate more than just athletic achievements. We celebrate dedication, perseverance, and hard work. Each student being recognized tonight has spent countless hours practicing, pushing through challenges, and staying committed to their goals. Success in athletics doesn't happen by accident. It comes from showing up, putting in the effort, and refusing to give up when things get difficult. As we honor your accomplishments, remember that the dedication that you've shown in sports is the same dedication that can lead you to the success in every area of life. The discipline, the teamwork, the hard work, the leadership, and the determination you've developed will help shape a bright future, whether on the field, in the classroom, or in your future careers. Tonight, take pride in what you have accomplished. Remember and celebrate your hard work, and thank those who have supported you. Can we please give it up for our principals, our coaches, our teachers, our parents, everybody who has been a support to our young people. And so I just want to end by saying congratulations to everyone, to all of our recipients. Your dedication inspires us all, and we look forward to seeing the amazing things you achieve in your future. Congratulations, you guys. And next up, the superintendent, who still owes me a one-on-one. He won't play me, but we'll find time soon.
And I have to admit that I've been ducking Commissioner Santiago because I have a bad knee. And I'm pretty sure that if I got back out there on the basketball court that you guys probably wouldn't see me for quite some time because I will probably be in the hospital with my leg up in the sling. But anyway, it's always good to be here. It's really good to be among those who I admire the most, which is our student athletes. As you could probably tell, at one point in time, I was also a student athlete. Unfortunately, my older age and my bad knee doesn't provide me with the ability to continue to be athletic, but I'm very much supportive of our student athletes. I recognize the hard work, the commitment that is required in order to be a student athlete. It's important not only in high school, but if you choose to go to college and participate in interscholastic sports, to continue with your dedication and hard work. I had the opportunity to play basketball in high school, and that opportunity led me to then receive a 4-year scholarship to the University of New York at Buffalo, where I then played for 3 years before I was injured my junior year of school. But I will share with you that during that time, I valued and I appreciated the journey and the opportunity to serve as a scholar athlete. And I put scholar before athlete because at the end of the day, once you get beyond the ability to exhibit and display your athletic talents, you need something to fall upon. I was coached and supported by great mentors who really provided me with an understanding that while athletics is my thing for today, what's going to be my thing for tomorrow. I was then able to, of course, focus on my academics, which then led me to a course at University of Buffalo, receiving academic scholarships upon graduating from undergrad to then be able to pursue degrees in the School of Education. So I implore all of our student athletes to continue to refine your skills so that you can continue to maximize your potential as athletes, but also I implore all of you to make sure that you remain committed to yourself. And being committed to yourself is making sure that you're not only exhibiting great athletic skills, but you're also exhibiting the skills to be able to rely and depend upon your academics to then support your life endeavors. So I thank, of course, our students for representing the Rochester City School District as athletes. I thank your parents for supporting you. And all of us who have children know that supporting a scholar athlete is a tremendous sacrifice that most certainly has great rewards. I thank our teachers, our athletic directors, our principals, Ms. Johnson, for creating opportunities for all of our children here in the Rochester City School District to be able to explore what they might be able to do in athletic competition. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing many of you in high school graduation ceremonies. And for those of you who may not be graduating, all our students are graduating in this room? Okay. For those of you who will be participating in college, please make sure that you invite myself and my cabinet, to some of your games, because we most certainly want to be able to see you display your talents at the collegiate level. Thank you very much and have a great night, okay?
Okay, before we begin the awards ceremony, I want to give a quick note on how the presentation will run. I'll announce each school, and when your school is called, I'm asking that the principal and the athletic director please come up to the podium. Scholar athletes, when you hear your name called, come up, and at this time, most of the athletic directors will be talking. And then we'll take a photo afterwards over here by the backdrop. And then for families, if you want to get a photo afterwards, we want to kind of get through the presentation first, and then you can do a photo afterwards, all right? All right, so let's begin. So first up, we're going to bring Monroe. And presenting the award is Mr. McCormick, the athletic director, and Principal Muhammad.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Matt McCormick. This is Jason Muhammad. We are from The Row. I'm proud athletic director at James Monroe High School. I'm honored tonight to introduce this year's Monroe recipients of the Scholar Athlete Award. As student athletes and recipients of the Scholar Athlete Award, we can all agree at some point they decided to separate themselves from the others. And as we say at the Monroe, shine bright. Before I introduce Sinai and Christian individually, I want to say why you two shine bright. Both Sinai and Christian excelled in 3 different traits that both great students and great athletes must possess. Number 1, preparation. Doing the work before it's required, studying, practicing at game speed, watching game film, and taking care of yourself. Consistency, showing up every day, disciplined effort, even when motivation could vary. I saw you guys run tired. Cold practices. Christian, you remember those cold practices. Sinai, you remember running in the rain and for track, practices over school breaks, first period exams, assignments due on Monday. But your long-term success is usually the result of those repeated good habits. Relentlessness, the fear of failure. Both of you, Christian, you had the weight of the world on you this year, had to win the football games. Sinai, you had to come in first in those 200s and 400s. Your determination, even through your fatigue, your injury, or any kind of temporary failures. So I'll leave you with these words. Preparation creates confidence. Consistency creates growth. And being relentless creates what you've already earned, which is being resilient. When you have fellow classmates and teammates, and you guys have modeled these every day, the team product is only going to get better. Sinai and Christian will leave Monroe a better place because of this, and we thank you so much. First, Sinai, if you want to come up. Sinai will be attending the University at Buffalo. She'll be studying psychology with an angle towards sports psychology. Sinai likes to read and craft. And she also works at Wegmans, and she's also old school because she likes to read. She's made the high honor roll every marking period of high school. Three sport athlete, competed on the game day cheer team, indoor track and outdoor track. She was the MVP for girls indoor and outdoor track in 24, 25, and this year, 26. She's one of the founding members of the SMART program at Monroe, which shows that students can contribute to both academics and athletics. Upward Bound Trio. And when not competing, Sanaya was always at our other events reporting as part of the House of Rock Sports. Sanaya told me being a scholar athlete means that you must multitask, taking time to put yourself first, then academics and sports. Sanaya, best of luck to you at UB. We're going to greatly miss you at Monroe, and thank you again. Thanks. Thank you. All right, Christian. So if you guys wonder, this T-shirt that I'm wearing is a one-off Christian Franklin T-shirt. All right. I normally don't dress this, but Mr. Franklin, thank you for this during football season. This is an awesome T-shirt. Christian, why don't you come up? Christian will be attending Franklin Pierce University in New Hampshire, which plays in the very competitive, both academic and athletic, Northeast 10 Conference, the NCAA Division II level. He'll be studying health sciences, high honor roll, GPA of 90, another member of the Monroe SMART program, three-sport athlete, football, indoor track, outdoor track, first team All-Greater Rochester defense, sixth team All-New York State defense, and the biggest thing that he'll always be remembered in my heart is the big interception in the state championship game. He put Sleepy Hollow to sleep, because I can say that, all right? Christian highlighted that being a scholar athlete and athlete means finding a rhythm to do both and then being impactful on and off the field. And talk about being impactful, I take Christian's words to heart, because during football season, there was a lot of opposing players that made a business decision to try to run, and Christian made his decision, which is very impactful. If you could see him play, he made the life of a lot of players on the opposite team not good. So Christian, best of luck, my man. You're going to be great. And may the college running backs fear your impact.
Okay. So while they're getting their pictures taken, I'd like to bring up School of the Arts. Presenting will be their athletic director, Mr. Roach, and also their principal, Mr. Tire.
If we can call up Henry and Hope. Have you guys right over here? Let me see. We've been having this sidebar conversation to use the readers or not. I left mine in the car, so I'm borrowing Mr. Rocher's. Oh, yeah, much better, much better. So good evening, everyone. Tonight, the School of the Arts is proud to recognize two exceptional recipients of the Rochester City School District Scholar Athlete Awards. Our athletic director, Rick Roach, will introduce Henry, while I have the distinct honor of presenting Miss Hope Reddington. I have known Hope and her family for many, many years. Long before Hope arrived at SOTA, I had the pleasure of knowing her older sibling, Ada, who was also an exceptional student. Watching Hope grow into the remarkable young woman she is today has been both rewarding and inspiring. Tonight is also a testament to the love, support, and values instilled by her parents, Davin and Megan, who have every reason to be proud. At School of the Arts, Hope has excelled as a dance major, a scholar athlete, and a leader. She carries an impressive 92 GPA, and has challenged herself academically through Math League, Student Council, Model United Nations, while consistently earning high honor roll status and distinguishing herself among the top students in her class. Athletically, Hope has been a cornerstone of her volleyball program. She was a 3-year varsity starter, varsity captain, 3-time RCAC tournament champion, and RCAC first team all-star. She also competed in varsity softball, demonstrating the same commitment, teamwork, and perseverance that define her character. But what makes Hope truly special is not what she has accomplished, but how she accomplishes it. She leads with humility, kindness, and purpose. She founded our Varsity Athletes Club, supports her peers, balances a demanding schedule that includes a part-time job, and consistently find ways to make our school community stronger. I was also fortunate to travel with Hope on 2 international educational experiences. The first one to Spain and Portugal, and then earlier this year to Costa Rica. Away from home and outside of the classroom, I saw the same qualities that make her exceptional at SOTA: confidence, maturity, curiosity, compassion, and a natural ability to bring people together. She represented her family, our school, and our city with tremendous pride. This fall, Hope will attend Wesleyan University, where she plans to study international studies and dance. I wonder where you got that from. An ideal combination for a young woman whose passion for understanding the world is matched only by her commitment to artistic expression. Hope embodies everything we hope our students become: an accomplished scholar, a dedicated athlete, a talented artist, and most importantly, a person of character and integrity. Please join me in congratulating one of School of the Arts 2026 Rochester City School District Scholar Athlete Award recipient, Hope Reddington.
Thank you. Actually, I better grab this because I'm clearly not doing too well with the stand here. Thank you for the glasses, by the way. Good evening, distinguished guests, families, RCSD board members, and our superintendent, Dr. Rosser. Congratulations to all the RCSD student athletes here today and our own School of the Arts scholar athlete, Hope Reddington, for receiving this great recognition. It is my great honor as Athletic Director at School of the Arts to introduce this year's School of the Arts Scholar Athlete of the Year recipient, Henry Hawkinson. Henry exemplifies what it means to be a true scholar athlete. A senior at the School of the Arts, he has achieved an outstanding 92 average, which works out to a 3.7 GPA, while earning high honor roll with distinction status, membership in the National Honor Society, a recognition as an AP Scholar with distinction. His academic accomplishments have also earned him RTI Business and Leadership Award,
the Friends of Soda Building the Future Scholarship Award, and the U.S. Marine Corps Distinguished Athlete Award. In athletics, Henry has distinguished himself as a three-sport varsity athlete, competing in volleyball, basketball, and baseball. On the baseball field, he has been named MVP of the varsity baseball team both last year in 2025 and this year in 2026. He earned RCAC first team honors and was selected to the Class A top 10 All-Star team. Beyond the classroom and athletic fields, Henry demonstrates a commitment to serving others through his work at a sports camp for the visually impaired, helping make athletics accessible and meaningful for all of its participants. When asked what being a scholar athlete means to him, Henry reflected on his lesson that has guided him throughout his high school career. That word scholar comes before athlete for a reason. He credits his success to the support and encouragement of his parents, Jeremy and Ruth, both educators who instilled in him the importance of balancing academic excellence with athletic achievement. This fall, Henry plans to attend Alfred State, where he will pursue a degree in construction management with a minor in English. Whether in the classroom, on the field, or in the community, he has consistently demonstrated leadership, dedication, and an infectious, positive attitude. Please join me in congratulating and welcoming the Rochester City School District Scholar Athlete of the Year from School of the Arts, Henry Hawkinson. Congratulations.
Okay, so as you make your way over to the backdrop, I am going to introduce our next school. But before I do that, this athletic director, his name is Eric Mundorf. He is the AD at Early College and Wilson. Did I mess up the order? Okay. But I just have to throw that, since I'm the MC, I can say whatever I want. I am proud of Mundorf because Mundorf was, when I was an athletic director at Wilson, he was my athlete. And so now he is an athletic director. But I also have to throw in there that Christian, his father was my athlete at Wilson as well. So I feel like I'm aging myself up here, but I was a young mother back then. And so all of you scholar athletes are my grandchildren. But before I even do that, I also have students here that I'm so proud of. When I started and founded Dr. Walter Cooper Academy, I've got four student athletes sitting in here right now. So I am so proud of all of you, Maya, Javi, Elijah, and even you, Isaiah. Okay, so I totally messed this all up. But here's Eric. His principals are, he's a rookie, so they're allowing him to fly.
Yeah, so my principals aren't here today, but that's okay. I think I can handle it. My name's Eric Mundorf. I'm the athletic director at Early College and Wilson, and I'm a proud RCSD alumni. So the athletes that I want to recognize today, I'm actually going to call all four of them up and then speak to them each individually as they're all up here. But from Early College, Eliana. Latifa Wade. Yeah. Peter Mugisha. And Isabel Soria. So, as many of you in this room know, being a scholar athlete is really hard. It's really, really hard, especially now with the added pressure of working. I can tell you two of them for sure worked 20 to 40 hours a week during the school year, every week. I know that for a fact with Eliana and Latifa did that. So Eliana's GPA is a 98, which is significant. She had high honor roll with distinction every marking period. She participated in volleyball and track. She was a captain for the volleyball team. She volunteers with the chief of Monroe County. She plans to attend University of Rochester and study biology and chemistry. Her hobbies are playing volleyball and reading. Eliana wanted to say being a scholar athlete means everything to her. Balancing academics and athletics is hard work, but it is worth it. Eliana, thank you. Next up is Latifa Wade. Latifa, GPA 95. Urban League Black Scholar, honor roll with distinction. Game day cheer and competitive cheer captain for the past 2 years. Cheerleading MVP. She volunteers at her church. She volunteers at the children's program and through the church's media. Latifa's going to attend MCC and study health studies / nursing. Her hobbies are playing guitar, photography, and writing. Being an athlete, student athlete to her means being able to balance school, work, and sports. It means to learn to have time management skills and be patient with others. It teaches you to have communication skills, especially when it comes to working with teammates and peers. It also means to work hard to achieve your goals you set forth. Latifa had some significant life changes this year, and the fact that she's standing here, I'm not going to get into details, is just a testament to the human that she is. She's an amazing human being, an absolute, and not to take away anything from anybody else, she is an absolute amazing human being. All right. Now, on to my Wilson grads. Isabel Soria, GPA 93, IB Scholar, National Honor Society, high honor roll every marking period of every year, Hillside and Upward Bound Scholar, Hispanic Scholar Award, played volleyball, bowling, and golf, got the Coaches Award for volleyball and Most Improved in bowling. She plans to go to the University of Buffalo and study business administration with an art minor. Her hobbies are volleyball, art, singing, gaming, cooking, and baking. To her, being a scholar athlete means putting in effort in both areas, pushing yourself for something you love as well as something you need. She made sure to put her grades first, but not in a way that caused her to neglect her sports because they were something that she valued, that she values. Congratulations, Isabel. Peter Mugisha, GPA 94. Peter is also on our scholar athlete leadership team, our SALT team. So he attends meetings once a month and we discuss various topics. He played soccer, bowling, tennis, and golf. He also ran track for a week, but then decided that's not for him. He has multiple colleges of interest: Howard, RIT, St. John Fisher, Hampton. He plans to study civil engineering, finance, and with a business minor. His hobbies are gaming, soccer, and cooking. That's cool. That's really cool, actually. I wish I was into that too. Being a scholar athlete to him means performing at a high level in school as well as sports. He balances his academics with athletic commitments by seeing sports as the reward for his academic efforts. As a captain, he has to reinforce his coach's requirements, performing off the field, and in doing so, leading by example. Peter Mugisha, congrats. I do want to say that I see this frequently up here and throughout all the TVs at Wilson as well. And there's 1, 2, 3, I think 3 or 4 valedictorians. I think last year we had maybe 4. Last year we had maybe 4 too. That is just a huge testament. And not even the valedictorians, then there's people that are 2, that are 3, that are 4, which is still an incredible accomplishment. All right? Incredible accomplishment, especially to play sports and take care of business in the classroom. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Congrats.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to bring East High School up with Mr. Robinson, the athletic director, and Principal Cam Can. How are you? You want to hold it?
Hey, bring up Maya and Kyle. You guys come on up. No, give me 1 second. Before I speak about these scholar athletes, I want to take a second to publicly acknowledge both of these families for the amount of time and effort they poured into the East community. The Adams family has been here before. They were here a couple years ago when their other daughter received this same award. And the Markham family has been around for a long time as well, and also has been integral in making sure we get baseball games in at East High School. There's been times when I've been there on weekends when I get a call from security and they say, there's this strange guy up on the field with a vacuum cleaner, and he's cleaning off the field. So, Mr. Markham, I appreciate all the effort you've put into making sure we get games in and making sure that we. Our two scholar athletes, I know Kyle, I'll get you out of here. He's got to practice tonight. Our two scholar athletes are both extremely well received and student leaders in our building. They both have been with us for a long time and have participated in multiple sports, and they both are student leaders in our building. You'll hear a testament to what they are in terms of academic students in a second when I talk about what their GPAs are. First off, Maya is a scholar athlete who is ranked number 4 in our graduating class this year. She's a 4th grader. When you hear this weighted GPA, her weighted GPA is 101.93. 101.93. So that tells you she's a student first. Although she participated in multiple sports, the academics come first, and they always have. And she is a person who is well received. She's played volleyball, tennis, and was one of our first flag football players in the building, even traveling over to that school on Monroe Ave to play the first year until we brought it over to East. So Maya's going to be attending North Carolina A&T University, where she will study nursing at North Carolina A&T University. Kyle Markham has been around for a long time. He's been a varsity level player since the basically 8th grade. So he's been a starter on our baseball team since the 8th grade. I remember back in the 8th grade where he was a lot smaller then, but he would go out to the mound and talk to the pitcher as a tiny 8th grader and get them to do exactly what he wanted them to do. And he's been doing that for the last 5 years. He's a all-star player. He is going to be one of the first RCSD student in multiple years to play Division I baseball. He'll be attending Mount St. Mary's University, where he'll major in data science. His overall GPA, we beat you a little bit, got you, 102.4. His class rank is number 1. He is our valedictorian at East High School this year. He's played multiple sports.
swimming, cross country, golf, football, and baseball. He's been a captain of multiple teams. He is all Greater Rochester level talent. He's going to be, again, studying data science at Mount St. Mary's and playing Division I baseball. Both he and Maya will be sorely missed. Their families will be sorely missed. Maya is going to also be, she's a Black scholar. So academically wise, she's on the right track. And again, both of them will always continue to be a valuable alumni of East High School, and we'll welcome them back to whenever they want to come back and speak to the next generation. So again, congratulations, both of you guys.
Okay, as they transition to the backdrop. I done lost my order. Up next, we are going to call Padilla with AD Thomas, and Principal Rogers is in spirit.
Good evening. For those of you who do not know me, I'm Robert Thomas, the proud athletic director at Padilla High School on the Franklin campus. Congratulations to all the Scholar athletes this evening. It is a huge, huge thing when somebody receives something like this. It's not just taken for granted. Hopefully parents are not taking this for granted. You've had a lot to do with them receiving this award, and thank you parents first and foremost. And first student athlete I'm going to call up from Padilla High School, and I must mention Padilla High School is in its infancy. We're just laying the groundwork for what Padilla can be and what it will be. So this is our second year doing this. Two proud Scholar athletes for Padilla. The first one I'm going to call up, and I'm going to change the cadence up a little bit. I don't want it to get boring for you, so I'm going to do it a little different than other people have done it. First person I'm going to call up is Serenity Clark. So I'm going to change this up. I'm going to give you Serenity's answer, what she gave me, when it says, what does it mean to you being a Scholar athlete? And how have you balanced your academic and athletic commitments? So her answer to me was, to me, being a Scholar athlete means demonstrating discipline, perseverance, and commitment to excellence in every area of life. Balancing academics, athletics, and other responsibilities is not always easy. But it has taught me the value of hard work, sacrifice, and determination. This recognition means so much to me because it reminds me that my efforts have been seen and that others believe in my potential. I feel truly honored and motivated to continue striving to be the best I can, both in the classroom and beyond. So now I'll continue with some of the accolades she's received. It was a great pride that Padilla High School recognizes Serenity Clark, a distinguished 12th grader Scholar athlete, for her outstanding achievements in academics, athletics, and service. And one of the reasons I do say service is she serves. She's part of our JROTC community at Padilla High School, a huge contributor and a huge leader in that aspect. Serenity's earned a 995.2 non-weighted GPA average. Now, East had all their weighted stuff going. It's a 9 weighted GPA average, 3.84 GPA, and has been named on high honor roll with distinction several times throughout her academic career, almost every marking period, I believe. She's ranked 8th out of 236 students at Padilla High School. This reflects her exceptional dedication to academic excellence. As a member of the varsity bowling team, she's demonstrated commitment, discipline, and competitive skill, earning MVP honors, and I believe she was named to the tournament team as well this year for our league. And and in addition to her accomplishments in the classroom and athletics, she's shown commitment in other areas through involvement through blood drives through JROTC, She's had an opportunity to present flags at the Jets games. Boo! But, you know, I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. Bills this year. They're going to the Bills Thursday night this year, JRLTC. So, but her accomplishments in classrooms, Serenity has shown commitment to serving others. With aspirations of attending, she's going to attend the Air Force, ladies and gentlemen. That's her aspiration. She's going to pursue studying psychology and social work. Serenity amplifies character, leadership, and determination, an exemplary scholar athlete. And to me, Serenity Clark's achievements remind us that the heart of a scholar athlete is found not only in awards and accomplishments, but in the courage to work hard, stay committed, and continue pushing forward with grace, purpose, and determination. Please help me recognize Serenity Clark, scholar athlete for Padilla High School. All right, next up is Tavian Beach. Now, I have to tell you, and Mr. Muscadri was there, our chief, today. Tavian was in our gymnasium today, and it was about 108 degrees. And he was wearing a hoodie and jeans and all this, and it was just hot. And I guarantee in the winter he's wearing shorts and a T-shirt. So it must be a thing. I don't know. But again, changing up, doing our own thing here at Padilla. What it means to be a scholar athlete for Tavian. It means so much to me to be recognized for the effort I've put in, both on the track and in the classroom. I always try to give my best in everything I do, balancing my responsibilities as a student and athlete with equal commitment and determination. This honor reminds me that hard work, long hours, and dedication are worth it, and it makes me feel truly appreciated and proud. I'm grateful for the support and encouragement that have helped me continue striving to be the best I can be each day. That was his answer. Now, for his accolades. For me, it's with great pride to present, obviously, Tavian, a distinguished 12th grader athlete, for an outstanding achievements to academics athletes. Tavian's earned a 93.02 non-weighted average. He's been named the honor roll or high honor roll several times throughout his high school career. He's ranked 11th out of 236 students at Padilla High School. This obviously reflects strong commitment and academic excellence that he holds accountable to himself and actually others around him, like on the track team. He has, you need to go to study hall, you need to do this. So, but, you know, earning recognition as scholar athlete as well as a sportsmanship award for indoor track and outdoor track. So he's done that as well. In addition to his confidence in the classroom and in athletics, Tavian shown commitment in his community through his involvement. He does a CPPS program at Padilla High School. It's housed at Padilla in the mornings. If those you don't know, that's training to be an emergency response person. So he does that through the RCSD. And he plans to attend MCC for his EMT1 to pursue a future in emergency medical technology. Tavian exemplifies the character, determination, and leadership of exemplary scholar athlete. And for me, Tavian Beach is the kind of scholar athlete who inspires others, not only by what he's achieved, but by how he's achieved it, with hard work, humility, leadership, an unwavering commitment to excellence and always doing his best and showing up every day for himself as well as his teammates. So please congratulate Tavian Beach, scholar athlete for Padilla High School. Now, once again, this is our infancy second year, and if this is where we're going and this is the foundation we're laying at Padilla, there are great things to come.
Thank you. At this time, we will call Edison up with Athletic Director Golam, and Principal Rodriguez is sending his words of messages.
Yes.
Through you.
He was on his way here, and then he has another event at Soda, I guess, so that he couldn't miss. First and foremost, I'm Chris Golam. I'm the AD at Edison. I'd like to welcome everybody and good evening to Board of Education, Superintendent, district leaders, families, coaches, staff, and guests. Tonight is truly an honor to recognize two outstanding student athletes from Edison Career and Technology High School who exemplify exactly what it means to be a scholar athlete. I'd like to bring up both Nyana and Jacqueline to join me up here, please. So at Edison, we firmly believe that athletics are an extension of the classroom. The students we honor this evening have demonstrated excellence not only in competition, but also in the classroom, in leadership, character, and in the way they represent our school community every single day. Balancing academics, athletics, responsibilities, and personal growth is not easy. It requires commitment, discipline, resilience, perseverance, and integrity. Qualities that these two student athletes continue to display at the highest level. They have earned the respect of their teammates, coaches, teachers, and peers through their work ethic, leadership, and dedication to success both on and off the field of play. Tonight's recognition is about more than awards. It's about celebrating young people who lead by example, overcome challenges, and embody the values we strive to instill in all of our students. On behalf of the Rochester City School District and the athletic department at Edison, we are incredibly proud to honor these two remarkable student athletes. So first, I'm going to start with Nyana Ortiz-Billins, senior at Edison. Her unweighted, East did it wrong. It literally says on our sheet, non-weighted. Her GPA is a 91.78, and she is ranked 6th in our senior class. She has been on high honor roll since 2022 till now. She is a 3-sport athlete, varsity volleyball, indoor track, and varsity flag football, where she was also one of the captains. She has won the Sportsmanship Award as well for indoor track. She is Miss Puerto Rico of Rochester. Yes. She is on student council, and she is our Edison vice president. She plans to attend St. John Fisher next year with a major in psychology. Her hobbies are piano and photography. And her quote says, "Being a scholar athlete to me means I am committed on a different level. I balanced my academics and athletic commitments by staying on top of my work and making sure I practice inside and outside of my sport. I wish you the best. I will surely, surely miss you. And I know you'll be around and come visit. But don't go anywhere. You can stay here." All right, next up we have Jacqueline Vega, senior. Unweighted GPA, 91.25. What is it? Sorry, 93.25. Typo. He is ranked 3rd in our senior class. Yep. High honor roll with distinction. 3-sport athlete again, varsity volleyball, varsity indoor and outdoor track and field. His athletic accolades is 2022 Most Improved Athlete for Indoor Track, 2024 Indoor and Outdoor Coaches Award, and last year he received the Charles Turner Award. In the community, he has assisted at school events that provide food to our community members, and we changed it up a little bit. He is actually going to go into the electrical field into trade school next year. His hobbies, His hobbies is he enjoys going on walks, cooking, and swimming. But he's never brought me any food, so I'm just saying, school's not over. And his quote is, "To me, being a scholar athlete means keeping high standards and being resilient. I have balanced academics and athletics by giving time to myself and making sure I am motivated." Again, I am going to miss Jacqueline. I wish him the best of luck, and don't be a stranger. And congratulations to the both of you.
Okay, and our last school that we are going to announce is World of Inquiry. Athletic Director Enright is coming up, and Principal Andler is.
Good evening. Well, you know they save the best for last, right? Only school in here, K-12, right? All right. Just want to make a couple things noticed. Kindergarten class was several years ago. Nadia was in there, but there was two other individuals that were in there that just came to my attention, Hope and Kyle. They're all up there. That was supposed to be, when they graduate, my retirement year. I'm not retiring because of kids like that. Why would I retire? People are like, why would you retire? This is fun. This is great. There's a couple of nights of the year that are really, really excited for educators. This is one of them. Graduation is also one of them. Tomorrow night at my banquet, celebrating the kids is another one. But look at all the athletes. I can't even begin to talk about them like everybody else. Congratulations to you all. It is an honor that you guys are here, but it's an honor for us to be a part of your life. So I just want to give you all, clap it up. I'd like to bring up Javier and Nadia. We're going to talk about Javier first. Javier joined us in 7th grade. He is ranked number 3 in his class with a 92.5 GPA. He has been a New York State scholar athlete all 4 years in every sport: volleyball, baseball, bowling, track and field. He's won honors most promising underclassman when he was a 9th grader. He did not disappoint. Most improved players. He has been a captain and a leader in our school. He's also, you know, when you're at 58, you know, your crew, right? Everybody's heard that, right? These two both were on the bathroom beautification team to make our bathrooms look better. They painted, they came in on their own time. Just great leaders sitting next to me. He plans on going to the University of Buffalo to study biology and pre-dentistry. He lifts weights. He plays lots of sports. He's laughing. He likes to hang out with his friends. Being a scholar athlete, what does it mean to him? It says balancing academics and athletics is difficult. However, it comes to time management and dedication. And this statement was really good. I believe these skills will help you succeed in life. And you all are going to succeed in life. Congratulations, Javi. Now we have Nadia Lewis. That's right. She just received the Greater Rochester Chamber of Commerce Young Woman Distinction Award. She is ranked number 1 in our class with a 95 average. National Honor Society, Black Scholar, Black History Month winner, scholar athlete, New York State scholar athlete, in every season in high school. She is the RCAC first team All-Star in volleyball, and our first RCSD United bowling team, she won the first team award also. She does community involvement at St. Anne's internship. She's a dance teaching assistant, and she volunteers within the school. All right, ready for this? She's going to Buffalo. She's gonna dual major in biology and cognitive science, and she's gonna minor in dance. She's really a multitasker. She enjoys listening to music and dancing. Her little why scholar athlete means to her is that she's always put her effort first, always spent time. She's had 2 part-time jobs through her career, so communication is key. She makes her coaches, teachers, and managers at my job all know her schedule. School is not always easy, but early on, she decided that she didn't want to be average. She took her time and she excelled in everything she did. Time management, coaches, and teachers all have played an important role. Sports have taught her to not only love herself, love others, and be proud of who they are. So the World of Inquiry is going to miss these two, like we're gonna miss all of you. And the leaders, just one more thing. If you look at all the district leaders, I wanna say that 99, not 100% of them all played sports. Did you play sports? Ms. Blocker played sports, right? Ms. Wilson played sports, right? It teaches you something. You become you know how to work as a team, and you know how to be leaders in your community, and you all are going to be leaders. So please give my folks a nice round of applause as well as you all. Thank you. Ms. Imrai, you got to take a photo. So as we bring this incredible evening to a close, I want to leave you with a simple truth. You are the blueprint of what excellent looks like. Tonight, we didn't just hand out awards, we honored your discipline, your late nights, your early mornings, your quiet sacrifices, and your relentless pursuit for both academic and athletic success. What you've achieved isn't easy. Balancing the demands of the classroom and competition requires a level of focus and resilience that many never master. Yet here you are. You are not just scholar athletes, you are leaders. You've shown your teammates
Thank you, and welcome back to the Rochester City School District Board of Education Business Meeting. Again, this evening is June 18th. Time check is 8:21. We are now opening for our board reports at this time, and I'm going to invite Commissioner Santiago, who is the chair of our Audit Committee, to render his report at this time.
Thank you, President Simmons. On June 18th, 2026, the Audit Committee of the Whole convened as a Committee of the Whole on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. Drescher and Malecki, the external auditors, presented the 2026 audit plan for the annual comprehensive financial report audit for the year ending July 30th, 2026. Our Auditor General provided a status on current work and presented the results of the special education follow-up review. We also had the external auditors present their plan, and the special education follow-up audit were both accepted by the board at the meeting. And also the Auditor General communicated that the Oracle post-implementation audit, which was authorized by the board and Resolution 2025 through 26-149 on September 9th, 2025, has begun, and updates on this audit will be forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. At this time, I'll turn the mic over to, or the dais to Superintendent Rosser for the annual Medicaid compliance presentation.
Yes, so thank you very much. We have Mike Sosa here this afternoon or this evening to provide us with our annual Medicaid compliance presentation. Mr. Sosa.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, Superintendent Dr. Rosser, Commissioners, District Management, and Community. Thank you. It's my pleasure today to complete the year-end report for the Medicaid year-end annual report that we complete. I want to start, before we get into the report, I want to thank the Medicaid team, the special ed team, the leads, and especially Chief Swan for all their work and collaboration to help to allow the Medicaid program be successful for our district. We're starting out with our presentation goals, and we wanted to lay them out before we get started. A lot of these items we'll cover today. We'll review of the compliance items, our revenue recovery, accountability and oversight, and various other things that we're working on. Also, before we get started, for those who may not know, the Medicaid and Education Program supports the reimbursement for health-related services for the district for students with IEP-related services. It requires the districts to meet all the Medicaid requirements and making sure they're documented appropriately, on file, and ready for any audit if one were to occur. Services that are eligible for Medicaid reimbursement are typically our standard psychological counseling, speech therapy, occupational physical therapy, skilled nursing services, special transportation, and the evaluations that we provide in our district. Each of the related services do have their own very specific requirement in order to them be Medicaid reimbursement for the district and be audit defensible. The Medicaid department not only works very closely with the special education department in collaboration in working to make sure we meet these requirements, but there's other work that we do also with monitoring the documentation on a daily basis, making sure we're looking for checks and balances, making sure that everything is audit defensible, any possible errors or things that are just not being done identified. We also want to make sure on a regular basis that we're meeting the regulation and policy 8600 for the district in the work that we do on a daily basis. And just making sure that all our systems in place that do identify additional validation errors are addressed and brought to the table in accordance with as necessary. Next slide is our executive summary. A lot of these items have been strengthened, reinforced, and the success of these items are due to the additional working in collaboration with special education, which allowed us to be successful. The next slide are some of our set forth goals that we set for this school year. The goal was, number one, to improve the Medicaid consent. Second one was to reduce the missing or late service orders. Some are known as prescriptions for services. And of course, increase any Medicaid reimbursement that is allowed for the school district. These items, just to start out, the parental consent, as most of you know, and if you don't know, it is required to start the process to allow students to be Medicaid eligible. We cannot start anything, submit anything until we do that. The formal name for that is the parental consent for the release of information for Medicaid reimbursement. Once we receive that, then the student or individual will receive a SIN number, and we've been pretty successful at a 90% rate receiving a SIN number with a lot of the active support from the Monroe County. Some of your commissioners have helped us work with Monroe County identify those numbers, also with some of the Big Five conference support with Jennifer Pyle and her team, working with the Department of Health, making sure we can identify student SIN numbers after we get parental consent, so we can start the process to get Medicaid reimbursed. Once we receive that, we are able to run through our process, release information, and if students are eligible, we are able to bill for the Medicaid reimbursement window, which currently is 15 months for the district. The second item that I want to point out here before we get started was our goal for this year was also to reduce the missing and late service orders for the district, and we did that work with the collaboration with special education team and the Medicaid team together. Some of the things I want to point out also is current Medicaid highlights are 79% of the receipt of Medicaid consent. The revenue was just slightly over $4.9 million for the current school year, and the reduction of missing orders was successfully 4% as we continue to work towards our goal. Looking at the Medicaid revenue, we are showing you here a 2-year window. This is gross reimbursement that the district receives. What does that mean? The district receives 100% of the federal Medicaid dollars that we generate. That money at a later time gets offset approximately 50% in the excess cost aid. That's important to know that because yes, we're generating a fee for service for every service we submit that's eligible, but then there is an offset approximately 50% that the state receives and offsets that in our excess cost aid. The 2-year window, if we projected when we met last time in June, we projected for the current school year to be $3.8 million, and we are just over $4.9 million that we received for the current school year, and we're projecting for next year to be $4.450 going forward. So we are striving to reach those numbers in all the work that we're doing and keep pushing for allowing things to meet the requirements so we can maximize the reimbursement to our district while we maintain compliance. Over the 10 years, we have brought in over $38 million for the district as a whole, and we continue to work on a local level with the Big Five as we meet with the Department of Health, State Education, Medicaid unit, and trying to allow things to be more reimbursable or putting some of the state plan amendments, which is been currently on hold to allow for non-IEP mental health services to be reimbursed for school districts also. So we've been waiting for that and other things we've been talking about trying to maximize revenue for our district. We also work on a national level. In the past, for one example, Medicaid consent used to be on an annual basis. Working with some of the national organizations, we were able to get that to, with us and other districts in New York State, get that to a one-time parental consent for school districts in New York State. Looking at the increase of parental consent, there are strategies, 2 strategies, focus areas that we're looking at. And we're going to do this by standardizing our collection process, making sure we have clear tracking and working with outreach families in addition to our schools. Improving the collection should drive additional revenue for our schools as we start that process and have been doing as we been working together. A lot of these items we've completed. We've modified the forms. We've created QR codes. We have a digitized electronic process that families could submit and the forms come automatically to our office where then we enter them within a few number of days. Other things that we've done is we fully executed and implemented the Medicaid consent forms in the enrollment process, which also identifies students who are eligible for special education services, which also that has been working and has been successfully completed. We are shifting our focus after we completed those and maintaining those things successfully, but also working with our CSE, our chairs holding annual reviews and the initial reviews when students are coming through those meetings, making sure if the parental consent is missing, that one is received at that time and signed. If not, they also write that a parent refuses, and I do a follow-up to make sure that the parent or guardian fully understands the information that we're providing. The next slide, what we wanted to make sure is breaking down the rate of missing. So we had slight growth from 78% to 79%. It's been hovering right around the 800. It's, but overall, the numbers are not getting higher. They're maintaining. When we're looking at some of this information, a lot of the new consents, the things that we put in place and we work to implement and digitize, are capturing some of the newer students coming to the district. Our new focus now is trying to make sure that we identify, by looking at the data closer, and making sure that we get all students. We've set a goal for 90%. We're constantly shooting for higher than that, hopefully 100%, but we set our first goal at 90%, reach that, and then reset our goals to make sure we can strive for 100% for our school district. We're also breaking the data down by school locations, and it's helping us identify school locations who have larger numbers of parental consents missing versus some who only need a few. We have planned meetings already talked about and hoping to meet with school administration, their associate directors who hold the CSE meetings at the schools, and getting ready for when the students come back, making sure we can reach out to the parents and hit the ground running and to identify any student at that school level that has a parental consent missing and trying to retrieve it. So for goal number one, our improvements with parental consent forms, our key accomplishments are standardizing the tracking, our school-based monitoring, enrollment integration has been completed and it will go ongoing as we get them through the enrollment process. And our monthly monitoring, we meet regularly, we provide data update as we meet. Medicaid and special education meets together and identifying who and how many are we missing and where they are missing at. Our next steps, as I mentioned, it's going to be at the initial referrals and annual reviews. These will be our focus areas in family outreach, support and training with our principals and our school administration. Our next item that is number 2 on our goal is the missing and delayed parental consent forms, which is also known as the prescriptions. We have made some recognizable progress in the missing orders and continue to do that as we also want to put extra focus and looking at the data closer for the late service orders. So we wanted to provide you some data today on those areas. Our goal overall is the district order should be from 15% to 7% for district providers, and our agencies were shooting for, the baseline was 27%, and our goal was 13% for our agencies. The next slide is going to show some of the continued improvement with missing orders that I mentioned, and we continue to work towards our goal of reducing missing orders. The energies that we've been putting and working together and identifying them, obviously if they were missing and they came in late, now they're shifting over to some of the other categories that we will then set those goals and making sure that we're looking at that data much closer as we move into the new school year. These orders are not retroactive, so any prescription is only good from the time signed forward for the services to be reimbursable. Anything that we're looking at as we are drilling down into the data and identifying, we're trying to identify, is there a system issue or is it an accountability issue, and if there are, we address them appropriately together with the team. The next slide is identifying the district and agencies' late orders, and we are continuing to set this as a priority moving forward in the next school year. And as we speak, we are already looking very closely at this data together with the team. The process with the prescriptions, before we go to the next slide, the process is an ongoing process and it's not a linear process. So what I think is important to know is when we get a prescription in order for a student, at any time, if there's a frequency, ratio, or duration, a change in the IEP, or a new annual review, another prescription is required. We do have students who have multiple required orders, 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4 throughout the school year. So trying to sustain this process and making sure that it's in place. So once the IEP is finalized, our therapists could, from the appropriate service areas, can write their prescriptions and orders and get them in place. We did, in the prior year, digitize that process, so they're able to complete that electronically. The minute they electronically sign the form, it is actually submitted to the Medicaid office, in which within 14 days or less, it's completed and entered into the system, so then it's recorded as another one received for the district. The next area that we want to talk about is the percentage of missed service ratio mismatch. And this area is one that we brought up new in the prior year. This here is one of the areas where Medicaid law and special ed law is slightly different. In most cases, they're very similar. In these cases, it's where what is on the IEP is identified, and for example, if a student was supposed to receive group therapy and the student gets one-to-one therapy, and there could be various good reasons for that, there may not be another group available to school, other students may be absent at the school. So this is one of those areas that we may not be able to fix fully, but I am recommending that it is looked at closer, drilling down to the detail of that we're doing in other areas, looking at the data and seeing where possibly what's going on. My recommendation to the team, which is to make this another set priority, so we're measuring this and looking at this on a regular basis and reporting it and trying to identify so it's aligned with, the special education audit that was completed and aligned with Medicaid requirements, so we can get Medicaid reimbursed for these services. In the next area that we needed to point out was the related service documentation signatures, either being late or missing. I provided some data here to break down the areas that are either missing or late. These do, in this area, we are meeting the academic, so we're proud that we're meeting the academic goal of 10%. The data here is showing we're at 9%. But however, we want to formalize and continue looking at this information, drilling this information down, identifying by provider, by service, where any potential issues are occurring. The leads for the special ed related service areas have been very helpful in this area, in addition to others, by working with us and working with their staff, identifying it, and if there's any accountability to be addressed, they are helping us with this information already, and it's been ongoing. Moving on to the next slide. This is in regards to our Medicaid compliance and investigations. The Medicaid compliance in our district, we are continuously looking to making sure anything we submit for reimbursement is audit defensible. We're constantly checking documentation, looking at the systems, looking at the data. We cannot push through any claims if we're not unsure that we don't have documentation to support that claiming reimbursement for the district. There's a process that we go through extensively as we process those claims and submit the claims for the district. Making sure they're not at risk, audit defensible are key items. If we do identify anything that is not supported, then we do report it in our quarterly reports, and it's not reimbursable for the district. In addition to that, any reports received into the Medicaid office in regards to any concerns or wrongful doings is reported into the Medicaid office through either our whistleblower or hotline or contacting myself, and is investigated. We work closely with district management if something is found. In the year of this school year, 2 reports have been made preliminary reviews have been completed, and there has been some finding concerns, which a full investigation will be completed and reported to the appropriate district management. If at the end of the report, other reports may be needed, and that will be our state agencies in taking appropriate action of either voiding out claims or paying back claims if necessary. After the review is completed, we'll know more. Looking ahead for next school year, we have identified already things of focus in increasing our Medicaid reimbursement, improving our consent rate, a lot of the items we're already mentioning, reducing the missing consent by building, running the reports, meeting with each administrator at the school, seeing how we can get the support there, but also at the same time, trying to identify those at the initial review meetings with students that are going through the initial reviews and annual review meetings that are taking place. Monitoring our late signatures and reviewing the data on a regular basis, our audit-related service ratios and compliance, which we mentioned, and then just continue to maintain the highest compliance for the district as we're getting reimbursed for the services. I wanted to end my presentation by sharing with you, we already have a planned meeting this summer, Medicaid and special education, to look at overall total services that are being delivered in the district, what we're claiming for reimbursement in the district, and potentially how much more might be reimbursable for the district. So that is already planned for this summer, and then we would look forward to report any information, if possible, that comes out of the meeting after we drill down that information and that data also. So thank you very much. Questions?
So thank you very much, Mr. Sosa. We appreciate your leadership and leading the efforts in helping the district recoup Medicaid provided services, the dollars associated with Medicaid provided services. In this era of us as a school district facing very big challenges when it comes to our financial resources, the work that you, along with Chief Swan, engage in, it's going to be critically important for us to be able to access those dollars so that we can continue to maintain essential supports and services for our children. So I wanted to publicly thank you for your continued leadership in this area. Colleagues, questions?
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Rosser.
Dr. Rosser, and thank you again for the presentation. I'm particularly encouraged by the goals to ensure that we are in alignment. State monitored, I can't recall, there was, and I might need to put this in question log, because we know that dollars that are reimbursed based on errors, missing information, things of that nature, do impact the reimbursement dollars that come through, and I can't remember the number. If I can just put that in the question log as far as Medicaid reimbursement, just wondering, there was a report that showed how much we were out of, or how much we were missing. The quarterly report, it gave like a value. It gave us an actual number or cost based on, forgive me, I'm a little tired tonight, based on the information that was missing. I'd like to know that dollar amount. I can't recall it right now. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Did I see before I go there, Commissioner Feynman?
I just want to say that as a mother who has kids, that I've signed this form repeatedly, and the process this year was so much easier, and I was really grateful, and I just wanted to say I noticed, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Feynman. Commissioner Santiago?
I just wanted to double down on President Simmons' question about dollar amount on the things that we're missing out on. I do remember in the past us getting that dollar amount, and so I just want to double with that.
Thank you. I do know there's a hand online. Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, thank you. The presentation isn't numbered, so on my screen, I believe this is page 5, around the gross reimbursement versus what we projected versus where we actually landed versus what we're projecting for next year. I kind of want to have an understanding of like how those numbers are projected. But also I want to point out, so one, thank you, Mike, for coming. I also want to point out what's missing in the presentation a little bit is the changes coming to Medicaid in January of 2027 with the new able-body rules. And I do believe that unfortunately children will be impacted by the requirements of the adult and whether the adult meets the eligibility month to month. So I don't know if you and your team are preparing for that. But can you speak to how we are getting to those numbers? I know you said there's a meeting happening and there's going to be areas identified, but I have to tell you, I think Medicaid and doing claims for Medicaid is tedious and really difficult work. And a signature could literally hold up the process. And I have so many other questions that I will not bombard folks tonight with, but I will put some of those questions in the question log regarding the Medicaid process piece, even just to recoup reimbursement. But can you answer how we got to those numbers on page 5 of your slide? And then also what systemic issues you believe could be addressed right away? And then again, additional questions will go to the question log. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LaRon. The numbers that we project for the district is we obviously use a base. A lot of times we're looking at the prior year as our base, what we've done. And then in addition to that, we look at the quarterly reports that we submit throughout the school year. We look at what we progressed in, what we're doing. One of the great opportunities is the collaboration that Chief Swan has brought us to her team, making this a priority, setting goals, agreeing to additional goals that we're bringing to the table, which then helps us say, we brought in the base of X, we're hoping to bring another percentage more. What does that look like? How much more do you think is actually feasible at this time that's not potentially lost, but also can be regained? One of the areas that we can make a very big difference is in parental consent. If we get the parental consent forms today or within the next month or 2 months, that is allowable for the billing window, which is 15 months. It's the release of information for Medicaid reimbursement. So once you get that, any student who's identified as Medicaid eligible, those services can be claimable and reimbursed for the school district. So that is a low-hanging fruit as long as we can reach out to the families, get that signed. We've did a lot of work, digitizing that, getting QR codes. We have it in the top languages for the school, at every school, and access online. We are talking about also a website and placing some of the hyperlinks out there. So we haven't stopped and we will continue to push. Although we set that at 90%, we are always striving for 100. What we're hoping for is the next time we meet or before then, Q1 report, you will start already seeing progress being made as Q1, 2, and 3 start in the new school year with the plan of action that we already have in place and are discussing. We've been looking at the data on a regular basis, identifying, school by school, student by student, and what we're going to do to get those forms. So definitely, that's how we've been basing our revenue off, to give you an idea. There are a lot of talks. We've been talking for more than a year and a half on how the changes are going to impact our students in our schools. With eligibility, we know that there's going to be dual certification. We'll have to get recertified. That could fluctuate our Medicaid eligibility. We're going to be monitoring those numbers, not only like we do close, but even closer to say, are the Medicaid eligible students in our district dropping or increasing on a regular basis? Continue to monitor that, because that's actually what's going to happen potentially. They'll come in and out of eligibility, and we will start seeing, as we're submitting those claims, how they're dipping and dropping based on the population. With the exercise we're going to be doing, and I'm excited to team up with the Medicaid team, special team, and all the management, we are going to look at total services this summer at our Medicaid retreat. We're going to break it down to, out of the total services, what are we billing for right now currently? What are those percentages? And then what do we get paid on? We're also going to not only look at from the services, we're also going to break it down by students. So we will already have a platform of what the framework is currently right now, breaking it down for 2 or 3 school years going backwards, and then monitoring it going forwards with these new changes coming into effect. So if there are changes that are impacting us, we will know. And I'm hoping all the work that we are working and already have in place will continue to generate additional revenue, which will offset any change for families who become in or out of eligibility within our district. I hope that.
All right, I just want to add, I'm sorry. The in and out of eligibility, I can tell you that pattern's already unfortunately happening right now with SNAP. So there's about 3,000 people every month right now facing that 3-year penalty. So I do think this warrants additional conversations, but not for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the dais? With none, thank you again for the presentation and information.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sosa.
Okay. We still have the mic. Okay, and I believe we have the finance report.
So I'm going to ask Mr. McDowell to come up to provide this month's finance report. Mr. McDowell?
Thank you, Superintendent Rosser. Mr. Sosa is a little taller than me, so I have to adjust the mic. Okay, for our May presentation for the cash flows, if you look at Section A, which is cash flow balance, our balance compared to last year is about $45 million higher than it was at this time last year. The only anomaly here in regards to why we have $496 million in the bank is that we had 3 payrolls in May of this year, just like we did last year. But the first payroll in May this year actually was credited to April because that's when the funds were moved. So you see where we have total disbursements for this year of $108 million, and last year you have $146 million. That's the reason why you have that variance. The $494 million is comparable to what we expected, and it's a very good balance. When we look at our revenue summary for the year.
I apologize. Can you just kind of get a little closer to the mic for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Our revenue summary for the year, or for the month, we had a really good outcome. Our special aid, high cost aid, we received 900, or we're slated to receive about 980,000 more than we expected at the beginning of the year. So when you look at our slide here that's up here, you can see the variance from what our adopted budget was, which was the $1,117,000,000, and now with the 978,000 for our increase in high cost aid and the $10 million additional that we've raised in special aid, our budget is approximately $11 million more in revenue than we expected at the beginning of the year. And that's obviously going to help us with our surplus and some of our carry forwards as we look into next year. If you could stop right there, though, right there. So Section C of this is the appropriations by function, and this is something that I've stated for a while, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Payroll costing has been accounted for through March. Normally, we're accounted for through May. And this is the best we've been all year. Last month, that was January. 2 months ago, that was September, October. So when we're trying to forecast financially how we're doing, it's really hard when 80% of what you do is pay people and give them benefits. So if you can't cost out payroll, that's been our struggle all year. So payroll flowing into the general fund or to the general ledger is occurring now, and it's occurring at a much rapid pace than it was before. But this was some of the system-wide issues that we were having. So if you continue reading the statement, 80 million of salary and 36 million of benefits will be taken from that $224 million available appropriations subsequent in next month, on top of what occurs in June. So last year at this time, the available appropriations was not at $224 million, it was at $98 million. So that percentage of 23.3% available was at 11%. And that's across the board for your special aid grant funds and your school service funds. So as payroll starts to catch up, the percentage available will be appropriate to what it should be and comparable to previous years. But we've been chasing that number, the less expenditures, all year long, and that's part of what we've been saying with the general ledger. Payroll, when it hits the general ledger, it hits your expenditure line, and we're now starting to catch up. You can keep going. So we get to your cash flow statement. And your cash flows just show what we have in all of our accounts. As I expect, you have $367 million in your NI-class account, which is our highest interest-bearing account. You have money set aside, of course, for your collateral. You have your $38.5 million in your debt service fund, and then you have our main checking account with the $16.6 million. And again, if you look at the Chase checking account, you'll see a difference in your ending balance and your reconciliation because the state intercepts our money for debt. So there's a $13 million difference, and at the bottom of the slide, that's what that accounts for. Your next slide, please. Here's a breakdown of your cash flow statement. Again, comparing to last year, you can see exactly what occurred, and this matches what you saw on our first page. Again, May, June, April, we do not receive a ton of money from the state, so therefore our cash balances are decreasing because we're paying out more than we're actually receiving. This is expected. This has always been the case for Rochester and most school districts, and that won't change this year, next year, or any years going forward. You can keep going, please. And so now we get into the actual profit and loss, which is our revenue summary first. And if you can stop right there, please. The most important thing to see here is the first major column for state aid. It shows that our adopted budget was $732 million that we were expected to receive from state aid. And you can see as of May 30th, we've received $698 million. So in regards to revenue, we're doing as we expected and slightly better in regards to revenue. So I want to make sure that we are on the same page where we don't have a revenue issue here in Rochester at all. We have a system issue that's getting much better. And as that system issue gets much better, we're going to be able to account and show you what the numbers look like. So if you keep going down, you'll see it for local and federal and other resources and revenues. At the bottom of that slide, if you keep going, it's the same anomaly. We have $965 million as our adopted budget, and at this particular moment, we've received almost $900 million of it. So we've received about 92% of our slated revenue. The rest of it we'll get in June. And it's the case for food service, and it's the case for special aid. Only difference with special aid runs with payroll. So as we are getting payroll produced, we can then start to file our grant applications, or not our applications, but our submissions for reimbursement. Because for grants, you have to spend it, and you have to have it in your system so that you can show that you spend it, and then you send that to the state, and then they'll reimburse you. So our monies for special aid are going to be very, very, they're going to run hand in hand with our general ledger and payroll. As payroll is produced, or as payroll is incorporated into the general ledger, then we can go out and get then we can go out and ask for reimbursement for special aid. Your next slide, we start to get into the expenditure side of the house, and you will see a few accounts that have more monies available in them than you would expect at this time, and that's mostly because they are payroll related. When it's all said and done, I know next month we will be much closer to being up to date, because I think it was Commissioner LeBron. She stated last week or last month that normally by now we would be talking about possible surplus and where we stand financially. It's kind of difficult to do that today, but we're getting much closer, and I expect that we will be able to have a better idea of that next month. So as you go through and you get to your budget transfers, you have about 25 pages of budget transfers. And Normally, you don't have this many, but most of your budget transfers, when you look through them, will be related to payroll and us moving the actual charges to where they belong. And that's obviously going to be the case as we reconcile, 2 and 3 months at a time now to catch up to get where we need to be. Lastly, your charter school chart, which is the last slide. Our budget for the year was $120.6 million. Our projected expense is about $121.1 million, or about $420,000 of a variance. That equates to about 30 students more than we expected that are attending charter schools at this time. At the end of the day, each charter school student costs us about $14,000. Next year, that's going up to $15,300. And we're doing everything we can to make sure we account for them and so that we don't overpay. Any questions?
So commissioners, questions?
Thank you, Dr. Rosser. Thank you, Ms. McDowell. Vice President Malloy?
Yeah, thank you. It's just in relation to the maintenance of effort that we get from the City of Rochester. So we get, 119,100,000. And on here, it says that as of May, we've received 100 million of that. When do we expect to get the other 19 million? When will we get that payment?
It's due by the 30th of this month.
So how do they typically disperse that to us throughout the school year?
They wire 6 payments to us every other month.
Okay.
So we should get it. I'm expecting that we'll have it next Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I have a quick question about the monthly activity for budget transfers, which is on page 13. I mean, it's all over the document, but first noticed it at page 13. I'm just wondering what revisions, like when it says revisions in this document, what specifically does that mean?
Okay, can you pick out one specifically for me, please?
Down at the bottom.
It's at the bottom of page 13, but it says revisions throughout the entire document. You can find it on page 13.
Yeah, so if you look at the chart on page 13, to Commissioner
15.
Santiago's point, right under athletics gate, it starts a revision. Would that be correct, sir? Okay.
I will have to look into those and get back to you, because I can't remember specifically.
No, and
them.
I'm not asking like what was the revision. I'm just asking what does that mean for this document specifically? When we're saying revisions in our monthly activity for budget transfers.
An example of what might have
That
taken
means that
place.
they were put into one budget code, the expense, and it was reclassified into the proper one.
Okay. And by that you mean like the original budget that we passed, or like, is that due to mistake, or?
It has nothing to do with the budget itself. It's whatever charge code the employee or whatever the expense was charged to.
Yeah.
It was charged to the wrong one, so then we move it and put it into the correct one.
Okay. And there's a lot of those, just to say, like there's a couple million of those. And so I was just wondering with that too, is there's not an explanation behind those like there is for all of our other entries. So you'll see like transfer, lag payroll 2/6/26, pre-K OT. But under our revisions, there's no explanation. And under some of them there are, but under others there aren't.
Yeah, and I recognize that on page 15 as well, Mr. McDowell. Can we make sure that your team, when they're providing, when they're entering these, that they do provide information in the comment section? Because if you look on page 14, there looks like there may be 7 where they do provide some comments, but then to Commissioner Santiago's point, there are many that are just left blank.
Yeah. Page
Yes.
21 too. I mean, it's there. And then also, what I also noticed is that sometimes under these revisions, you can see clearly where the money was taken and where the money was added. So you might have a cut for 1,500, but then right under there, you'll see the money was re-added. Some of these you don't have that. So like let me see, page 18. Under page 18, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to take much
Oh, you-
time for
okay.
this, but just things that I noticed. Like you'll see the revisions where there's a cut, but you don't see where it was added back under some of these. Yeah, where it was transferred. Thank you. But it's under the revision, and so I'm just wondering those things. I just would love clarification as a board member on like what specifically that means with these revisions. And we could talk outside of this. You don't have to answer everything now.
And clerk,
Yeah.
clerk, can you capture that for the question log, just so that it's
And also, if we can add on there, just not revisions, but there's a couple on page 17 that says rebalance.
Yeah.
So if we can get explanation, make sure that the team is working, who's ever entering these in, that they are providing comment, because for the layperson, the commissioner, the superintendent, or whomever else may be looking at this report, that information doesn't give us clarity, but we know that the person who entered it has an understanding of what they were doing.
Yeah. And then just finally, thank you for the help with that. How often or how do we go about pulling from our fund balance? So like, let's say, for example, for this upcoming budget year, the agreement was that there's $23 million that's coming from our fund balance. Is that done once we pass the budget? Are we straight pulling the $23 million, or throughout the year we're making those transfers?
Currently, we have $496 million in the bank. We don't need to touch our $23.8 million until it's absolutely positively necessary, and that would probably not happen until June of '27 if we need to do it at all.
Okay. And so I'm just wondering, and this might be a request for the board to consider, but if we are documenting our budget transfers in these monthly reports for our general fund and our special aid, should we be doing the same for our fund balance, seeing that throughout the year there's these transfers happening? If we have that respect for special aid and general fund, I think we should have the same thing for fund balance too, for when things are being transferred.
I think that's prudent as a state
Can I
monitor.
answer that question,
Yeah.
please? Because
Well, I ain't gonna try to answer it. I can't answer it.
Okay.
But I think it's a prudent question, and I agree with the question he's asking.
We don't make constant transfers from your fund balance. We make them once, and that's when we need it. So you won't see anything from fund balance unless we need it, and we won't need it until minimally next year in June.
Right, and
So-
that's why I started off with the question, like, when do you pull it? Are you pulling it all at once, or are you pulling it at different stations throughout the school
It
year?
depends when we need. It depends how much we need. So, like 2 years ago, you guys or the district allocated $8 million to the budget. You didn't use it. My goal is not to use it at all. So if I don't use it, or if we don't use it, we don't pull it.
Yeah.
So at the
But I'm also saying to that point that if we are pulling it, the board should know when it's being pulled.
That's
it should
where
be
I'm
on
going
these,
with it.
It should be on these activity financial reports, just so we're updated with the money that's leaving and coming from our fund balance. When we do get updates on our fund balance, it'd be like $20 million is gone, and we don't get these updates. And I do think that it's important for us as board members, for when the monthly activity budget transfers are happening, just as we get the respect for general fund and special aid, we should be doing the same for fund balance. That's all I have to say. And it's up to the board, honestly.
Okay.
I mean, I think that is important for us to see that as far as our fiscal responsibility.
But I want to make sure we're on the same page here. Fund balance transfers do not occur frequently. They
So,
happen.
Mr.
I
McDowell,
understood that the first time.
let me
Mr.
take
McDowell.
this really quickly. That is an understanding, but what is being expressed from my colleague, I believe, and what I was saying, I think is a prudent piece, and you can provide me clarity, is when
It happens.
it happens.
If
If
it
it's $1,
happens,
if it's 2, if it's $1 million, if it's 3. The board would like to be informed that it's occurring, or does that automatically happen? And if
It
it doesn't automatically happen, then we would like for it to. But what I hear from you is that, hey, don't worry, we're not sitting here siphoning off the fund balance throughout the year and you don't know about it. But when it does occur, if it has to occur, yes, board, you are alerted that it has happened. That is,
So I totally agree with you. So
Okay.
just like if we have a surplus, we have to come to the board and say, hey, we made $10 million and we would like to put it in different funds. If we are to use fund balance, we have to come to the board and say, hey, we would like to use it. So we can't just arbitrarily take $5 million and do something with it. We have to come to you first and say, may we? So there's no possible way that spending money from the fund balance will occur.
Yeah.
And let's
and
let's
I
not forget that during the budget deliberations, we got a whole state monitor here. I know everybody was like, you can kick it and you can swing it, but we had Jaime Alicea on the. But go ahead, Commissioner
If I
Santiago,
could
and we'll
just
finish up there.
finalize by saying I do understand we have to vote on it. Any budget transfers we're voting on over a certain amount of money. I'm just saying when we are doing that, it should be in our monthly report also.
Yeah. So I think we're speaking the same language. It's just about just making sure that our commissioners, as well as our public, have a clear understanding that if we need to use the fund balance, which is the $23.8 million that we have been authorized to use by the state monitor, as well as the State Department of Education, that we make it a point, if it's not a part of the current process, to alert our commissioners and our community of what we're doing. And of course, to President Simmons' point, we have a whole state monitor sitting over there, and he will make sure that he keeps us, on the up and up when it comes to the utilization of the fund balance.
Thank you, Dr. Rosser. I do have a question, and on page 2, Mr. McDowell, and I appreciate you bringing the board's attention back to the payroll costing that I believe is present since November, and that lags to, I think each report is lagging. It's reporting for the month prior to. And so this has been consistent since November all the way to today's date, and you did recognize that reconciliation would need to occur. And we have confidence that by June 30th, we'll be able to kind of close the costing or what have you at the time. And the documentation that's needed, because I recognize it was a payroll piece involved, we have accurate information to reconcile with, or how does that work? Help me with my ignorance there.
So as payroll flows to the general ledger, we get a better understanding of what our expenses are. Now, the good thing for us is that we know what we spend for payroll because we pay cash for it. So we know what we spend, but to project it correctly, we need to run it through our general ledger so that it flows to the appropriate account so it's expensed correctly. So what we've done in the last couple months, and I have to say thank you to our accounting team, we've really accounted for 5 months of general ledger payrolls in about 6 weeks. They've done a great job to start catching us up. So by the end of June, what I'm expecting is, and obviously you won't get that report for another month or so, but by that time, you will have that percentage available sitting here, that 23.3, should be down to 1 to 3%.
1 to 3%, okay.
Yes, and then when you see that, you can start to say, hey, do we have a surplus? Well, if we have more revenue than expenditures, then that would probably lend to us having a surplus, especially if you look at our budgeted revenues and we're $11 million higher than what we expected to start the year. And we haven't come to you to ask for anything from our fund balance, which means that our expenditures are not going to probably reach that $965 million number. So if we're 11 million up here and we haven't hit the 965, somewhere in there in the middle is probably some type of surplus. But I can't give you those numbers because I'm still waiting for payroll to filter through so my expenses can be up to date, and then I can give you a more realistic number.
Definitely understandable. And I do want to just restate what I said on the other I can't talk now, the other evening, which is, because there are questions that folks have as we consider the finances and looking at and wanting to make sure we're aligned. And I certainly don't want to place a deaf ear to any type of concerns. And so I do believe, as I'm trying to get clarity on what's being articulated, and I haven't received that yet, I do say that we have an external auditor that closes the books, audits things, and that we may be able to expand the scope of their review with our finances on some level to ensure we have clarity, and I believe that is a good path forward. But I'll end there. Was there another question on the dais before I move to the online piece? I do see a hand by Commissioner LeBron at this time.
Yeah, I guess I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. So right now, we still have 116 million I'm trying to understand what our year end is going to look like. I did put in the question log, our month to month. But I just want to point out that you just said, and this report also shows on that same page we were just on, which I believe is page 2, we're still showing payroll for March 20th. Last month's report that was presented to us for May, that is supposed to represent April, was also to March 20th. And then the previous month's report, and I have it on my phone because I literally have it like month to month written down, was October 3rd. And so and I hear you that we pay cash, but my concern, and I want to put this on record, is that we have received incomplete reports going all the way back till September, with numbers even in September not being properly accounted for. We have overpaid and underpaid staff. Do we have a handle on that? Do we have an understanding of what our total expense is? Even throughout tonight, the presentation, it sounds good that we don't use fund balance. Do I believe that it's possible? No, not with this administration and the pattern of how finances are handled. And then even tonight, the presentation, there are transportation resolutions that look like they're for this year as well. And so are we over or under budgeted this year for transportation? Like the way that this information is also coming to the board is not appropriate, but it's also very confusing. And I don't expect any of the commissioners to go back and like forensic audit things, and we shouldn't have to. And I've said this in writing and I've said this behind the scenes. It drives me nuts. But it should be really simple to understand where we are at financially, how much payroll has cost us. Have we recouped everything? Have we not? What's our plan? How do we know we're going to land where we say we land? And I am sorry, I cannot just accept the just trust me, bro type of mentality. I can't, not for me. And then I also want to point out to Commissioner Santiago, yes, the board absolutely should have an itinerary or details of whatever is spent out of the fund balance. Not that it's only 1 or 2 times. It doesn't matter if it was 1 time, and to President Simmons' point, $1. Where did that dollar go? We should still know as the board. So I want to be clear that the question that he asked was answered with a completely different answer. And by the time it got back to circled around, the answer was a completely different answer to the original question, which was, do we get reports? And if we don't, I'd like to see reports on how the fund balance is spent. And that is an appropriate question. And the board used to get reports on the fund balance in general, period. And we should still request those reports, that we do get a year end of where we landed and what fund balance is currently in the fund balance account, and what is left over and where it should go. And the board also has the authority to direct that funding in different areas as well. And so I want to throw that out there, that it is not just the administration's decision where the remaining revenues get to go. Thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner LeBron, you're correct with the board needing to have an understanding of what the fund balance is, and we most certainly can provide that information. I do recall, that information being provided in state monitors reports on our budget, but we can most certainly provide an update copy with more detailed information. The one question I do have of you, Mr. McDowell, because I went back and looked at what Commissioner LeBron was speaking to, particularly in the May report. The May report does read, payroll costing has only been partially accounted for through March 20th. And then when you look at the June report, it says payroll costing has only been accounted for through March 20th. So with the May report, it says partially. Does this June report then reflect the entirety of the May payroll being applied to this?
You mean the March payroll?
Yeah, I'm sorry, March.
Yes.
March,
So
yeah.
the entirety of the March payroll was reconciled. So as they're going through and they're running payroll through the general ledger, we didn't have to reconcile it. And they're working to reconcile these last, probably 5 or 6 payrolls that they've gotten through, but they're not totally reconciled, so they're not reflected. They can tell you how much they are, but they're not reconciled yet. And
So
that's,
based upon what's written here in the May report, payroll costing has only been partially accounted for through March 20th. The June report says that payroll costing has only been accounted for through March 20th. The June report then reflects everything has now been accounted for through March 20th, whereas the May report said that it had only partially been accounted for. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we got to reconcile April, May, and then at the end of June, we're going to know everything. Okay. Are there any other hands on the dais for the financial report as rendered this evening? With no additional,
No, and this is just nitpicking, but I know that, a lot of people are saying we have the state monitor, but we're also a board, and we have our own responsibility too. So we can't just rely on the state monitor. We have our own independent duties also. So I just want to add that to the conversation.
thank you.
No offense, Jaime. Love you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDowell. Dr.
Thank you.
Rosser.
That concludes our report for tonight on the financial report.
Time check, it is 9:21. In the light of the lateness of the hour, I'm going to bypass the president's report and move forward with the, I'm sorry?
You bypassed the motion to accept the
Oh,
report.
shoot, we sure do. Thank you. Entertaining a motion to accept the financial report. Let me make sure I state this one.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner McCullough, Vice President Malloy, all in favor? Any opposed?
Nay.
And this is for the June 26, 2026 unaudited financial report. Motion carries and a nay from Commissioner Santiago. We're going to move on to Superintendent Rosser's presentation at this time.
Okay, so thank you very much. So this is an exciting time of our school year. The most exciting times of our school year, of course, is the start of school. And for our staff, our students, one of the most exciting parts is the closure of school and all of the accomplishments our students have made. We have 4 more days of school left, which is shockingly surprising that it's been, entire 180 days of school almost. I'm proud to start this month's report honoring our 2026 valedictorians and senior scholars. These students, as we all know, represent the very best of the Rochester City School District, and you can hear many of their stories in our Countdown to Graduation series. I would like to display one of those videos for us right now. Should we come back to it? You said yes? Okay. So I am filled with great pride thinking about our seniors holding their diplomas, and I'm looking down at one of our seniors who's sitting next to our state monitor. And I'm thinking about you and your other colleagues, your peers, holding their diplomas and making the move to college or career in the very near future. I extend a heartfelt congratulations to our class of 2026, and I especially want to thank and express my gratitude to all of our teachers, our administrators, our central office staff, support staff, our parents. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for entrusting your children's lives with the Rochester City School District. You have played a vital role in making this momentous occasion possible. I encourage everyone, for a list of our graduation dates across the district to most certainly look at our website. For those of you who might have challenges with actually making it to the graduation, our graduations are live streamed, and if I'm not mistaken, Chief Lopez, they're also recorded for people to be able to see them later. So if there's family from out of town, I know my grandmother was very excited for me to graduate, but back in '88, we didn't have live streams, and so she was only able to hear about the stories from my mother. I do want to sort of focus on some of the things that are happening throughout our city. In partnership with the Central Library of Rochester, we are honoring our top scholars from our class of 2026 with an awesome display outside of the downtown library and central office. Large banner-sized posters featuring our valedictorians and high-achieving seniors are hanging outside of the library South Ave entrance and right here at CO. This is something that we have done for 2 years now as we partner with the city and the library system. Each banner showcases a student portrait alongside of companion banner highlighting the name of the school they represent. This is a wonderful partnership that I hope we can make a tradition. I also want to note that we had a district-wide math competition. More than 200 of our students recently gathered at school number 7 for an annual math competition, celebrating academic achievement through game-based learning. If you haven't seen these students play, the 24 game, you will be amazed by how quickly they can manipulate 4 numbers to equal 24. And you can see me on the image right there trying to figure out, how to come up with 24. And I will share with you, there were many occasions where students were getting it a lot quicker than myself, and I believe the state monitor, Mark Potter, was there along with central office staff. And we were kind of like scratching our head and saying that we feel good that we're adults and the kids are kids, because the kids were showing us that their nimble minds are a lot nimble than ours. Once again, this year, 3 talented students from School 15 advanced to statewide competition in Albany. Congratulations to all of our incredible participants. I had the honor of bringing greetings to a group of students that really rest close to my heart, because they're not only students, but they're student athletes. So on June 10th, we had an opportunity to recognize these students, and we were proud to recognize 16 exceptional student athletes. Each high school selected 1 male and 1 female honoree who exemplifies excellence in academics, athletics, leadership, and character. To qualify for this honor, these standout students maintain a minimum of a 3.0 GPA and a 93% or higher attendance rate. Can we give these students a round of applause?
Hi.
So speaking along our sports, we also have a student who has accelerated in track. She is a state champion. Sophomore sensation Kamara Lane is that state champion. The Padilla track star was crowned the Class A New York State champion and the New York State Federation champion in the 200-meter dash. She ran a 24.04 in the Class A race and then ran just a bit faster with a 24.03 time recorded in the Federation Championship. We celebrate Kamara and all the incredible athletes who stepped up and competed on the state stage last weekend, including athletes from our state champion school for football, Monroe High School.
Woo!
So we also, in the vein of track, and I was a basketball player and a track player my senior year of high school, more than 1,000 elementary students in grades 3 through 6 recently gathered at Thurgood Marshall Middle School for an annual Nick Zona track meet, an event that spanned 3 days of competition. Representing 27 schools across the district, these young athletes competed individually and in teams across a wide variety of track and field events. This year, students also participated in an adaptive wheelchair race. This wonderful event gives our students fantastic exposure to track and field while honoring the legacy of a former athletic director here in the Rochester City School District. Can we give them a round of applause? On a busy Saturday morning, there was a lot that was going on. Saturday before last, we had the Square Fair, in which I know that Commissioner Griffin and others were there. She's on the Square Fair board, and that was a great event. We had the Flower City Frenzy, and there was a number of different things happening across the city on this particular day. We recently hosted the Flower City Frenzy at East High School, and I had an opportunity to go there and see our students, at battle. And if any of you get an opportunity in future years to participate, most certainly go. It's a sight to see. When I heard about robotics, I was just thinking about little tiny cars doing different things, but this was a whole competition that our students engaged in, which was high energy. And it was an off-season first robotics competition with a total celebration of all things STEM. And I do want to shout out Sheldon Cox for his leadership with making this happen as well. 4 of our talented Rochester City School District robotics team battled it out alongside 13 neighboring districts as students operated robots, launching yellow balls to score points and block opponents. This was a showcase of community collaboration, inspiring our young students and celebrating the dedication of our robotics mentors and teams. So can we give them a round of applause as well? Continuing to elevate student work and the brilliance and the excellence of our students. Students at Edison recently completed a stunning mosaic honoring Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, completed under the themes of ladies, ladders, and legacy. This cross-departmental project provided students with hands-on experiences in a traditionally male-dominated field. Each year, a different influential woman is chosen as the subject to a permanently displayed in the school's Women's Memorial Hall. Previous honorees include the Black Rosies and our very own Michelle Obama. Continuing with the students, we are incredibly proud to celebrate 10 exceptional students, artists, named as winners of the Rise Up Rochester Stop the Violence Billboard contest. These young advocates are using their creativity and voices to help promote peace with their inspiring artwork set to be proudly displayed on billboards across the city. The winning students were honored during the community celebration at Parcel 5 in downtown Rochester. Had an opportunity to congratulate the student seen in this picture, and I do want to recognize Commissioner LeBron, Santiago's, and Griffin's participation during this wonderful event as well. So let's talk about next year. Want to make sure that it's communicated, and I know we have a communication plan to help parents and caregivers understand what is needed in order for children to be able to be picked up and dropped off at locations that are defined by our parents. We are committed to delivering reliable student-centered services that reflect our dedication to continuous improvement and strong communication with families. To support a smooth start to the school year, any updates to our children's pickup and drop-off location must be submitted by Friday, July 31st. Last year, it was Friday, August 7th. This year, to better ensure that all of our students have transportation assignments and understand where the pickup and drop-off locations will be, we need our parents to do so no later than Friday, July 31st. And I do recognize that our schools have been doing a phenomenal job with helping to get that information out. So if parents need to make changes, please contact your school soon as possible. We're encouraging families to review and update emergency contact information. And as a reminder, we're looking forward to welcoming our students back for the 26-27 school year, Tuesday, September 8th. ESL Heart of Service Award. Susan Holster Kronberger, an art teacher at School Without Walls, was recently named an ESL Heart of Service Award winner. The special recognition presented by ESL Federal Credit Union, along with News 10 NBC, celebrates local leaders who go above and beyond to make the Rochester community a better place. Susan blends community outreach with hands-on learning, teaching her students to organize volunteer projects ranging from toys to tots to local blood drives, in which I wanted to give blood the last time I was there, but they were starting the blood drive way after I left. But I told the student who was organizing it, who happens to be a junior, to let me know so I can come with my sleeve rolled up next year and provide, and as an example, on how easy it is to give blood. Our next and last announcement for this evening is Juneteenth. We all recognize that Juneteenth is tomorrow, and we proudly hosted a Juneteenth celebration here at Central Office last night, in which Chief Wilson was able to be present in my absence. This allowed us to bring together students, family, staff, and community partners to honor African American history and resilience through a celebration of freedom and culture. There were cultural activities, interactive resource stations, and musical performances by our talented students. This evening exemplified the Office of Parent Engagement's mission of building bridges that support, connect, and empower our entire school community. So we want to thank Chief Wilson and the leadership of OPE for putting on this celebration. I do also want to note, and just take time to sort of note also, is that we did receive a request from one of our students to recognize Asian Heritage Month. And while we were not able to do it this current year, we are planning for Asian Heritage Month, like Hispanic Heritage Month and Black Month. History Month, thank you.
Black History, y'all.
Black History Month to be celebrated. So I did want to make that public announcement, because it's going to be important that as we appreciate the diversity of our school district, that we are recognizing all of our students in manners that is most appreciative of who they are as individuals, the cultures they represent, and who they are in their culture as great people. So I think at this point in time, I think we have queued up a countdown to graduation video, which will close out my presentation for this evening.
Hey guys, my name is Elijah Espada, senior here at Edison Tech, class of 2026. What comes to mind when I think of Edison? I think of opportunity. When I first got here, the Student Leadership Academy was the thing that got me kicked off. It got me into the robotics program. It got me into the educational talent search for Brockport, and it also eventually led my way into the Student Leadership Congress. The one day I would definitely want to relive when it came to the district was when we were giving our student government speeches. So I ran for president, and when I walked onto the stage to give my speech, the room just exploded with energy. I got to thank my seniors for giving me that experience. That's definitely something I'm going to hold on to. The one staff member that made me feel seen when I needed it the most was my English teacher, Mr. Kane. He's very bold and very passionate about the way he goes and speaks about things. He taught us outside of the box. It just kind of accelerated everybody in a sense to just become more prominent and more prone with English and our just paying attention to real world stuff. On top of the academic stuff, I had some stuff going on in my personal life, and Mr. Kane was the one to be there. So shout out to Mr. Kane. My plans after high school, so I've committed to St. John Fisher, majoring in pre-law, and then I'm minoring in sports management. The major in pre-law is just to go into the legislative slash obviously law. And then, the sports management on the side is in case, coaching comes to me, because I'm very passionate about coaching. It keeps me connected to the thing that I love and the thing that's kept me alive, and that's sports. Sports really helped me become a better person. I really encourage everybody to play sports as well. In 10 years, I would have finished law school, working at a law firm, being able to advocate and protect the people, while coaching on the side, being able to keep my love for the youth alive and well.
There's more to love with YouTube Music Premium. Listen to ad-free songs and
So our very
discover
own
new podcasts.
Elijah Espada, we appreciate you for serving in the capacity as student liaison to the board. We look forward to all the great things that you're going to do. And as I've talked to Chief Wilson, we have things lined up for you to do after you spend your first year of college and you come back. So we have some things that we would like to engage you in during that time. All right. That concludes my presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Rosser. Vice President Malloy, I see your hand.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, and congratulations, Elijah. On the slide, I just wanted to give additional shout out. It was so nice to hear that Susan Hollister has been recognized at School Without Walls. She does so many more things throughout the district than maybe people realize, but a little plug for something that School Without Walls holds year after year is the School Without Walls annual Golf Scramble, to be held Monday, August 17th at Midvale Country Club. It is quite the day and raises money for seniors at School Without Walls. And it's not just Susan who helps to organize this, but the entire staff of School Without Walls. So props to you, Susan. Thank you for all you do.
Pardon me all, I'm just getting some information regarding the agenda this evening. Thank you, Vice President Malloy. And I do want to recognize as well the Juneteenth celebration and the commissioners that were able to also take part in that. It was some good food. Commissioner Griffin was able to attend, Commissioner Feynman, myself, as well as Vice President Malloy. And again, the efforts of the Office of Parent Engagement and the folks that did come out, David Shakes and great North Star players, thank you, yes, thank you, I couldn't think of that. But a very nice presentation by them. Were there any questions in regard to the superintendent's presentation? And I do see a hand from Commissioner Griffin.
I just wanted to add, I think this is a suitable time, and maybe next time we can include this because it did include a lot of our students. The Talented 10 program, which is ran by Dr. Rita Gaither, out of 58 school, had an event at the library. And I don't know if the district was aware of it, but it highlighted a lot of students from Edison Tech, from Wilson, and from 58 school. And it was a very, very good event that I attend. I attend it every year. So it is something that it inspires our young African-American males. Dr. Gaither takes these youth to Memphis, Tennessee. She's taking them to Africa every year. She's taking them trips to New York City with even money coming out of her own pockets to address the needs of our children. So I think that if we could do anything to highlight these students that have participated in this program, it would definitely be gratifying to them. Thank you.
And that is excellent work that Dr. Gaither does. When was that event, Commissioner Griffin? Do you remember?
It was last week. It was last week at the Rundell Library. She did a little thing for them to recognize them. I believe it's like 15 to 20 kids, but primarily they are from the RCSD and from School 58 because that's where she has the program at. So I would get in touch with her if anyone wants to do that and be a part of it because it is an excellent program for the youth and gets them ready. They also have college readiness programs in with that as well. But again, it's at 58 School, the World of Inquiry. That's what she's out of. So thank you again, Dr. Gaither, for all your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. And are there any other questions regarding this presentation that we saw? I do want to touch base with the Commissioner's time check, 9:44 p.m., and get the appetite of commissioners. We do have a progress monitoring discussion scheduled for this evening. I also want to recognize that one of our ongoing conversations has been around wanting to ensure we have information on how our students, which that's a good word, students, and I'm tired, but I think the students are worth it. I was going to say, did we have an appetite to get into this? Let's get into this because that's what we should be talking about anyway, more so. So We have a progress monitoring discussion. Goal 2, interim B and C, and Dr. Rosser, I'll let you take the helm on
All
this.
right, thank you very much. So I just want to recap a few things. Our board goal, all students reading by third grade, will increase the percentage of students proficient in third grade New York State ELA from 22% in 2025 to 49% by June 2031. Our student interim goal associated with this board goal are as follows. The percentage of first and second grade students learning English as a new language, demonstrating standards proficiency in English language arts on common formative assessments will increase from 21% in 2025 to 75% by June 3rd, 2031, as measured by district-wide CFA data aligned to the New York State ELA learning standards. That's B. C is the percentage of first and second grade students demonstrating proficiency with foundational reading skills on common formative assessments will increase from 30% in 2025 to 85% by June 2031, as measured by our district-wide CFA data aligned to the New York State ELA learning standards. I would like to share with the board that based upon our review of the data, that currently we are partially on track to achieve gains needed this year for the long-term goal attainment in 2031. In first grade, the percentage of first grade students demonstrating proficiency on end-of-the-year language arts CFAs exceeded the percentage of students demonstrating proficiency at the beginning of the year, including all groups demonstrating more than a 9% annual gain minimally needed to remain on track to achieve the long-term goals. iReady results, which account for a wider array of skills and provide evidence from a nationally normed assessment, also show increases in the percentage of first grade students demonstrating literacy proficiency throughout the 25-26 school year, including a 26% increase for all students and a 19% increase for English language learners. The percentage of first grade students demonstrating proficiency on priority standards R2 and R3, which were assessed across 3 assessments, grew over the course of the year from 60 to 68% for ideas and supporting details in text, as well as improved comprehension of a text central idea theme with more significant room for continued improvement of R3. First grade students have consistently demonstrated relatively lower proficiency in writing than reading across all CFAs. A gap in first grade ELA proficiency remains between all students in the English language learner subgroup, with 43% of all students and 33% of ELs demonstrating proficiency on the end of the year ELA CFA. For second grade, the percentage of second grade students demonstrating proficiency on the end of the year language arts CFAs exceeded the percentage of students demonstrating proficiency at the beginning of the year. Through growth was limited, with only 3% growth evident for all students, neutral results for ELs, and a 13% growth for bilingual students in Spanish language arts. iReady results also show increases in the percentages of second grade students demonstrating literacy proficiency throughout the 25-26 school year, including a 21% increase for all students and a 13% increase for our English language learners. The percentage of second grade students demonstrating proficiency on priority standards R2 and R3 were assessed across all 3 assessments have been inconsistent, demonstrating both growth and decline. Like our first grade students, second grade students have consistently demonstrated relatively lower proficiency in writing than reading across all CFAs. And lastly, as we see in our first grade students, a gap in second grade ELA proficiency remains between all students in the English language learner subgroup, with 38% of all students and 28% of ELs demonstrating proficiency on the end of the year ELA CFA. So I'm going to pause here because I've said a lot and entertain any questions that the commissioners may have. I will ask Chief Morian and Chief Ladd to come to the microphone to be able to address the questions that our commissioners may have. And Chief Cody, you can join them as well. Questions?
Thank you, Dr. Rosser. So as our chiefs join us here at the podium, I saw two hands come up over here, and I see a hand next to me. So I'm going to start with Vice President Malloy, work to Commissioner Santiago.
Thank you. I know when we were first given some of this information last week to look over at our work session, I did put a question on the question log, but I just want to repeat that. And this is really great information for us to have as we really get into the meat of this journey for progress monitoring. This is my attempt at a strategic question, so thank you for bearing with me. What would you say is the single biggest instructional change that we are making this year that will increase the percentage of students reading on grade level? And how will we know that this is working?
Thank you for the question. So one of the biggest things that we've done, and this has been a change that was made in recent years and then continued this year, was the introduction of a skills-based curriculum. In the 24-25 school year, we had been enacting a curriculum called MyView, which demonstrated some gaps in terms of its alignment with the science of reading and specifically the foundational skills component. So in the 24-25 school year, we added CKLA skills in grades K through 2. That was the first year of implementation. Obviously, the first year of implementation of anything, you're learning it for the first time, you're becoming familiar with it. And so in this year, the 25-26 school year, grades K through 2 continued implementation. We also widened and expanded implementation to pre-K and grade 3 as well. Because we were seeing some of the success, particularly as you see in grade 1.
And then how would you say that we'll know that this is translating to other results?
I would say based on the results that you see, and part of the reason, like when we talked with you about third grade data last month, that we included both the CFAs and the iReady data, is just because having multiple points of data that can confirm or show you the differences do help. And so these points of data really do confirm one another, and you sort of in the graphs see that upward trajectory of results across both the CFAs as well as the iReady, which is what we are trusting to show us that impact is being made.
And I can't wait to see how this translates on our state exams. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I want to start off by saying thank you for including the individual school reports. Appreciate that. Good to see it. I do have a question about, so in some of our responses, specifically in grade 2, you'll see beginning of year, let's say we're at 51%, middle of year we're at 68%, end of year we're back down to 55%. And so I'm just wondering, like, what are you guys seeing with that? What's usually causing that? Is it attendance? Is it like the end of the year people are burnt out, so they don't give as much attention? And what are plans to keep that that middle number, and not go back lower, if anything, go higher from the middle of year number?
Thank you for the question. And I think you're referring to the standard specific charts that are showing
page
that.
5.
Yep. And so part of what we attribute to this was just, again, we revamped the CFAs this year, and these assessments are being written internally by teachers in the district. And teachers are not necessarily valid psychometricians writing valid and reliable assessments until we work with them and build their capacity to do so. So some of what we saw is when we saw this data, we sat and we compared the assessments and noticed that perhaps they weren't entirely parallel. So you might see that kids engaged with perhaps a harder text in the end of the year versus the text that was in the middle of the year. So some of those reflections, both from the team that's writing the assessments as well as the the system that we have enacted in order to get feedback from the teachers and the schools that are giving the assessments are going to help us to refine those systems over time so that we can just, again, make this more valid and reliable as we go.
Yeah, thank you so much. And for 2L4, which is to determine or clarify the meaning of unknown and multiple meaning words and phrases, I'm just wondering, why are we only getting a beginning of year proficiency report and not a middle and end of year report with that?
Thank you for asking that question as well. You'll notice that for 2R2 and 2R3, those are the two priority standards that we've identified as a district. We identify priority standards because they're standards that tend to have higher leverage, both in terms of they might be tested more frequently on the assessment. They might also have higher leverage in terms of readiness for the next grade level and sort of applicability across other subject areas. So we made a choice to consistently test the two priority standards across beginning, middle, and end of year, which is why you do see the dark blue bar as well as the yellow bar and the light blue bar that shows you the growth across time. We also, though, wanted to make sure that we were not limiting our view of student proficiency only to those priority standards, because you can see that when we look wider at other standards, it's giving the teachers more information about specific areas that kids are doing better in and doing weaker in, given certain things that are being taught in the curriculum at those points in the year. So we knew that we wanted some growth over time data, but we also knew that we wanted to know how are students doing on some of those other secondary standards. And so that's why you see, for example, 2R1 was only tested on the beginning of year assessment. And then, like you pointed out, 2L2, or 2L4, I'm sorry, was also only tested on the beginning. You'll notice that for 2W1, that was tested both at the beginning of the year as well as at the end of the year, so you have a little bit of comparative data there, just not with the middle of the year. And then also tested once was 2W2 and 2W3. It's making a choice about the size of these assessments and the time that they take out of instruction as well. So you can't always test all of the standards, otherwise the assessments would be really sizable and intense and take time out of instruction. So we're trying to balance measuring our priorities, getting a holistic picture of student proficiency, and manageability for the students and the staff.
And final question, what is the plans of either things that you guys will add? And if CDCS is on here, I'm sure they'll jump in if I'm asking the wrong question. But what is the plans for the next school year to meet our interim goals and to get these scores higher up?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
There are some next steps named there in the report, so I will kind of focus on those. We did enact a RFP to search for a new K-5 curriculum, as I described before. Right now, there's sort of 3 different curriculums for K-5 ELA being implemented for different skills versus holistic knowledge building versus writing. And so we're looking to bring a more cohesive experience. And so through that RFP process, which is coming to a close, and we'll be bringing that curriculum selection to you soon, we are going to enact a more comprehensive one curriculum that addresses kind of all of those standards and needs for the students. We think that that will be a more cohesive experience for our students, a more cohesive experience for our teachers, and will certainly lead to some gains. We also know that we want to strengthen instructional consistency, just stronger Tier 1 instruction across the board in terms of literacy instruction. And so we're enacting some strategies. Particularly, we've talked a little bit about instructional coaching, our instructional coaching model. One of the things we noticed when we looked at and we were trying to determine the root cause of why we were seeing more growth in grade 1 than grade 2, one of the other data points that we looked at was that there had been more instructional coaching cycles with grade 1 teachers than with grade 2 teachers this year. So we're asking ourselves, can you draw a direct line to impact? And so we'll be working on more professional development aligned with the science of reading. Really, that curriculum rollout is going to be big, making sure teachers understand it and understand how to enact it in ways that are meaningful for kids. Continuing to refine our assessment practices, again, around those CFAs, getting the teachers to use that data after the assessment to inform their instruction, and then just really strengthening our overall literacy initiative. We formed the task force this year. It was a year of forming and norming and having some of those big events, and we're really looking to solidify that literacy framework and lead into that work for next year. And the last thing I'll note is that just with that persistent 10% sort of gap, even though our Ls are growing alongside of all the students, there's that gap. And so we're going to really put some more focused time and attention on the strategies for our English language learners. That was a specific consideration that we were looking for in the curriculum selection to ensure that the curriculum we were selecting did come fully bilingual in English and in Spanish and has supplementary resources to support language development so we can do some more targeted work with our Ls.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, you touched on something I was going to ask, and it was probably all in the weeds, so I'm not even going to. But it was about the classrooms. I read something in here around the inconsistency in classrooms regarding that, and then it was follow-up to what you just responded to regarding curriculum rollout. I recognize it's also June, so I'm not necessarily asking this question, but I recognize it's June, and so curriculum rollout at the end of the school year, I'm interested to see the strategies as it unrolls for educators being prepared for the upcoming year. But I do like the idea that we're trying to be intentional around ensuring the information is consistent across classrooms throughout the district. So that's a plus. I'm going to move down to Commissioner Feynman at this time.
Thank you. A lot of my questions have been answered already because of the questions that have come up, but I do have a couple of questions. One of the reasons I'm assuming, and I don't want to assume, is that we have all this different data is because there's different testings being done. Like iReady, for example, will give you at the beginning of the year where you're at, so then you can continue. Is that one of the reasons why we have difference in how we're getting data?
Yeah, so the two different assessments give you sort of two different slices of data, and having them both together just gives you a more holistic picture of student achievement and the trajectory of student achievement. So the iReady gives you a much broader perspective of just student reading skills, whereas what you notice based on the very specific grade level standards that we're choosing to test on the CFAs, that just gives us more information about student proficiency in specific areas. And more actionable information for the teachers to work with as well. So it just gives you two different types of information, but when you consider both of those together, you have a more holistic picture and more information that can be acted on instructionally and strategically to improve outcomes.
My next question is for the slide that says students on or above grade level, grade 1 ELA, iReady. It's that one, but it's grade 1. The other one. But it says students on or above grade level. And that's an iReady, this one. It says that's an iReady thing. When they get in there, they see how much we are. That isn't exactly in our board goals, but it gives a great indication of where we're headed. And I'm just curious as we see this, and the increase is great. But I'm curious, does it have any correlation with our MAPS? Do we have any more third grade state testing? Do we have any of that back yet?
We do not have any of that back yet. Typically, we get that later on in the fall, and I do think that is on the board goals schedule for as soon as we anticipate getting it, the typical time of year that we get it in maybe September or October.
And I'm just curious, I mean, this is great information, but do we have any previous information? I mean, when you start this presentation, it says we were at 25, we were at 17%, and now we're at, I was just curious if we could maybe see something from last year too, to see how we're progressing.
We can certainly pull iReady data from last year. I would say because of the way that we revamped the CFAs for this year, they're sort of testing a totally different thing, but iReady data we do have multiple years of, and we can certainly provide
I just think that would be neat to see tracking over the time. Thank you.
Commissioner McCullough?
All right, hello. I will try to be quick because it is late. First question is, So I was looking at all this data, it's lovely, it's great. What does the data tell us about why grade 1 students are showing stronger CFA growth than grade 2 students?
Great question.
sorry.
Thank you. So some of the reasons as we dug into, again, doing that root cause analysis and really asked ourselves that question, were a couple of things that came up. One being just the design of the assessment itself. As we reflected back on the second grade assessments, we just saw some things in terms of the assessment design that we would probably do differently next year and revise that. So that was another reason why pairing it with the iReady, if you look at the second grade iReady, it shows sort of more of that upward trajectory. And so assessment design is one thing that we're looking to revise. As I mentioned before, we looked at our instructional coaching cycle data, and we noticed that probably about twice as many coaching cycles were done with first grade teachers than with second grade teachers. So that's a strategy that we would like to just make sure that as we enact the coaching model next year, we're focusing it on where student outcomes are showing a need for that focus. And then another piece is that our speech pathologists have a foundations language enrichment program, and they've been pushing into the first grade classrooms and supporting with some of that foundational language and skills development. So that was just another thing that we do differently or did differently between first and second grade that we attributed to possibly contributing to those results.
Okay, and that was great because you put me into where my next question was going with the language. This is about the L's and the SLAs. So can you help me out in understanding what is this district learning from the difference between the SLA growth? And I'm looking at the second grade, I believe, language arts proficiency on CFAs where it has the ELL, ELLs, and the SLA. What exactly is the district learning from the difference between the SLA growth and the ELA growth, especially in grade 2, since the growth for the SLAs was like about 13%, but then the other two really didn't see much growth there. Actually, one of them almost declined. So what is going on there?
So one thing to note is that there's a much smaller number of students in the SLA data because those are our bilingual students than there are in the larger. So that's just a difference in like sample size. So sometimes that can lead to differences in the data. And I would just say that one of the things that could be leading to that is stronger teaching in those particular classrooms. You can see encompassed in all of this are classrooms that might have substitute teachers, that might have uncertified teachers. So just the consistency and the quality of the teaching across the classrooms could be leading to that. But again, it's promising for us because it's showing that our bilingual programming at that grade level is working, right? And so now we need to figure out, to your point, what is working best for those students that could potentially be applied for the other students as well.
Yep, and that's kind of where I was going. Like, I'm really big on taking what's happening in one place, especially if it's a strategy that's working, and implementing and using it in other spaces, because that way we can start uniformly using the same strategy across the board, which we see in some of our schools anyways. My last question, and then I'm done. What has the district learned from grade 2 L data showing that the CFA growth, and what does that suggest about the effectiveness of current English language development supports?
To us, anytime flat data, or even as you see it sort of dips and then goes back up, suggest a lack of impact and effectiveness, which is one of the reasons why the superintendent's interpretation was not necessarily that we're on track, that we're partially on track, because we realize that we are not on track until we are on track for all students. And so what we're doing to support our L's currently, we don't have a standalone curriculum for our L's when they are being pulled out and receiving their language-specific services. What's been enacted is more of a service model. So E&L teachers are trained, they have a certain skill set to support language development. We do think that if there was a specific curriculum in place that was designed to support language development, And that if those experts in language development had that curricular resource, that is one thing that would support. And so that is something that we are looking to put into place for next year.
And we're using the push in and pull out model as well?
Yeah, so typically students, especially those that are at that entering and emerging level, will receive some services inside their ELA class with the ENL teacher pushing in. But when they are entering and emerging, they also receive some pull-out, standalone, very more intensive language development services.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McCullough. It's 10:10. I do want to finish up the conversation. I'm going to go inward towards Commissioner Feynman for one final
One just final
question,
thing.
and then
It's not even a question. I was just really excited to see the bilingual data here. It proves that our bilingual program is flourishing, and children who are bilingual grab language much faster, and they are more successful. And I was really grateful to see this and really excited to see it. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. So there was one final comment or question from yourself, and I'm moving inward to Vice President Malloy. She's enjoying this. She's getting all of the strategy questions.
Oh,
right.
trying to. But no, this is like actually what our goal is as a board, is to actually have these
Good conversation.
conversations. So I'm extremely excited by all of this, and it is so nice for us to be taking part in it, even though it is 10 o'clock at night. So feeling good. All right, so I have two questions, and we can put them on the question log so that they don't have to be answered here tonight, just to honor our time. But my first, I have two last questions, promise. Is there any data that's statewide? So I'm looking for statewide data that exhibits correlation between iReady and our state testing. So I don't know where to go to find that, but I would be really interested in a board member to have a better understanding of that. So if there's any way that could be added to the question log to dive a little deeper into that. And then finally, how do our students with exceptionalities, or our SPED students, how do our SPED students that participate in the really great reading program classrooms, how do they compare to students that do not? So that's the other question that I'd love to just know have a better understanding of as well, and that can go on the question log.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Malloy, and I'll add one last question to the log. I do want to acknowledge that I did like the statement, we are not on track or fully on track until all students are on track, and I think that's a good line to follow. I would just like to add, and I may have missed it, it may be available somewhere, and I have missed it, as far as additional disaggregated data regarding our students. I know we've talked about ELs and SPED population, but I'd like to see that, or point me to the direction if you can, but we don't have to do that right now. That concludes my questions and the questions here on the dais right now.
Okay.
Do you have a question? Okay.
Yeah, so that concludes the presentation on our interim goal report. Thank you very much. Cindy, I see you're online. I hope we made you proud tonight.
Okay, we're going to move forward
Indeed
on the
you did.
agenda at this time. Thank you, Superintendent Rosser, and the progress monitoring. We are moving on to the consent agenda. Now, I do want to just remind the board, based on our conversation at our work session and the multitude of resolutions we had, there were some concerns, which we honored what we said we were going to do, which was that there was something that came up that we would allow for commissioners to kind of bring attention to that so that we could visit that. I do want to recognize that that multitude of resolutions are not what we expect to be our standard, and so we will not be pulling items from the consent agenda as we move forward. That's not a line or a precedent that we want to continue. That's something that happens, and it's not like we can't do that, but it's something that we want to, if we put it on the consent agenda, that we want to kind of hold the line with, because we have an opportunity not to even put it on there to begin with. With that said, based on what happened at our last conversation, I'm trying to make sure I'm pulling this up properly here. Clerk Nguyen did reach out to the commissioners said, hey, if there's some items before we get to the consent agenda that we have questions around, please let that be known by 12 noon today. So those items are being addressed. And that is, there is a request to remove, so I guess I got to open the motion for all of these items here. See, I was laughing at you, Dr. Rosser. Now you can laugh at me because it's 10:15. So I would like to entertain a motion to remove Resolution 649, 652 through 663, 666 through 679, 693, 701 through 706, 723, 734, and 735, 737 and 744 from the consent agenda.
So move.
To add to Section 8 for academic resolutions because there's questions on that. Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor of the resolutions as stated to move forward to Section 8 for academic resolutions for discussion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Commissioner McCullough's a nay.
Nay.
You're joking? And did you say nay? And, okay, we have 3 nays. Oh, no, that's right. Okay. Motion carries.
Everyone vote?
Did we all vote? Did you vote?
I voted, but I didn't hear anyone online. I did. Okay.
Is there some
I voted,
confusion?
I said yes,
Okay.
and then I got
Motion carries
offline.
For you, Clerk Nguyen?
Okay.
Motion carries, thank you. Okay, with that, so we did that, we took the vote, motion carries. Whew. Okay, so now can we, so those have been removed from the consent agenda. Did I miss something?
No, that's it for that one, and then,
Okay.
685.
All right, and then a request to, a motion to remove Resolution 685 from the consent agenda and add to Section 12. This goes under the Board of Education legal audit resolutions.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor for motion to remove Resolution 685 from the consent agenda and add to Section 12 for the Board of Education legal audit resolutions?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, at this time, we still have the consent agenda items. I'd like to entertain a motion for the remaining items on the consent agenda as they stand.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Santiago, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor of the items on the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye, but can we
All
get
right, is
a
everyone
a
voting?
number
I'm
count?
sorry.
I said aye, but can we get a number count of those resolutions for the record? Because there was some issues last time with communication and
Absolutely. Let's take a
understanding.
look here
Thank
for a
you.
moment. So the consent agenda, let's go here, is under Section 7, consideration of resolutions for the consent agenda. And those are minus, they start with Resolution 637, and there's several. And so, Board Clerk, you might be able to help me out because I'm not doing this at 10:18 at night. But I do know that the consent agenda items that are listed on here are minus or absent of 649, 652 through 663, 666 through 679, 693, 701 through 706, 723, 734 and 735, 737 and 744. And then we have a request for a motion to remove Resolution 685. All other items that are showing on our schedule remain, minus those items.
Okay, can the record, the written record reflect the actual number of resolutions that were voted on, not the ones removed?
Clerk, do you have the resolution, the number of resolutions that we're voting on at this time? Is that what you're asking, the numbers that we're voting on? Clerk, let us know.
Correct, and if just the record, even if the record is just reflecting the actual numbers that we voted on, not the ones that we just removed.
Are you, Commissioner LeBron, for clarity, are you looking for me to say each resolution number out loud? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking you to just make sure it's reflected in the record. the actual numbers that we voted on.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so it will say the consent agenda with the exception of, and it will, those resolutions are actually going to be removed out of the consent agenda section, and they'll be moved.
I
to-
understand
Okay.
that, but because we did not say, can we get a motion for the remaining resolutions and list them?
Okay.
We just listed and the removal and then said all the consent agenda items, and I get that. I'm just making
Are these
sure
in
that the
order,
record
Clerk
then
Nguyen?
reflects it. That's all.
Are they in order? Okay. And so with that, because how many are on here right now?
So it runs 637 to 760 and includes 453 as well.
Okay, thank you. And so, at this time, did we already vote on the consent agenda, or we have an open motion? Did we already motion on it?
You did. It was
Okay.
Commissioner Santiago, Commissioner Griffin, and I have all, and then Commissioner LeBron asked for you to just name the resolution.
Okay, and did we, so we have to still take the vote then for the resolutions, because you just named them, didn't you?
You can do it again.
No, I'm not doing them again.
Oh.
Did
So
you just
you guys
name them?
took the vote, and then she asked about naming the resolution. So
Okay.
you took it before the conversation.
Okay. So now that they've been named, you place that on record for us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of the consent agenda as stated?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right. So what that's done is that's moved us, I might have to refresh my screen here.
No, because I'm jotting down all the conversation.
All right, so the consent agenda items have been voted on and approved, and I'm moving into the next section. Give me a moment, you all. Because I don't see where these ended up in the section 8
President
yet.
Simmons, if you refer to item 7 on your last page.
Yeah, I'm in section 8.
Right, that's the list of them there.
Okay. But I was looking, so they're not updating on board docs in the section 8?
So I'm trying to do both things and all
Okay,
of
so they
this,
just haven't
so-
updated yet. Okay, so I'm not crazy. They are going into section 8. I just thought you were super quick and
No, that's
snap
why I
your fingers and
listed
they
them
would
on the
appear.
paper.
No problem. Thank you so much. So we are moving to section 8, and I was trying to update board docs to ensure it was reflected. Clerk Nguyen is trying to respond to this. With section 8, what we will be looking for are resolutions 649, 652, 663, 666 through 679, 693, 701 through 706, 723, 734, 735, 737, and 744. So I'd like to entertain a motion for those resolutions at this time. Moved by Vice President Malloy. I need a second. Second by Commissioner Feynman. And now we're going to open those for discussion. Commissioner Griffin, I believe you had the questions for these. These are the resolutions you had questions on. Someone?
At this moment, with all the ones, the questions I have, I mean, I sent that information to Rahima stating that a lot of the information that I need would be based on, would be based on, like, it's because some of it has to, a lot of it has to do with the summer programming. And so we haven't had a clarity on what the schools, what programs are involved in the summer program, the monies that's being allocated to the summer program. So all we had was just a 3 or 4 page presentation, but no information, plethora of information provided to give them structure for me to approve some of these. And I could have did all of them, but I think
Thank
that
you.
strategically, I just targeted certain ones to
Okay.
get clarity, but we have nothing outside of that little March thing that we have in March. How many people, how many total children do we have now, or students are
Okay.
going to summer school? What are we looking at? Because we should have some of that data, up-to-date data now that we do not have. So here again, I think we're voting on monies that, and we don't know how they're being allocated. for the summer program, which I'm not used to, because if you look last year,
Okay.
the year before in our summer program, we had a lot of information.
Okay,
that we could go
hold on, there's
I
a motion
just
on the table right now. Let me bring the
Yeah.
meeting to order and let's reel this back in. Clerk Wynn, can you just give me some understanding of what I just went through for no reason at all?
What did you just say?
I want to understand what is going on right now, because if we're not going to be, right, because if we're not going to discuss these,
You
and
should
this
not
was
be
not.
saying that. That's
Commissioner
disrespectful to the commission.
Griffin, I'm going to just call this meeting to order right now, and I'm
you
talking to
can.
Clerk Wynn, not you. And what I'm asking
That's
her is
something in
because
reference to me.
the reason these resolutions were removed is because there was an understanding that there were questions that we wanted to discuss because they were on the consent agenda. And Clerk Wynn, I'd like you, because I just pulled all of these resolutions off of the consent agenda for the understanding that there would be some discussion on here, but now I'm feeling or being told that we're not discussing. So I just want to get clarity on my understanding as to what the communication was earlier so that we can adjust this agenda accordingly so that it's appropriate.
Absolutely. So earlier today, as you indicated, I sent an email to all commissioners given the volume of resolutions to request any that they wanted to have removed from the consent agenda. I then followed that up with individual text messages to commissioners to ensure that everyone had received it. If I did not see or read receipt or received a thumbs up or some other acknowledgement, I did call commissioners. So in that case, I did speak with Commissioner Griffin. She indicated she was sending me an email, which she did, asking for those resolutions in which you listed several times to be removed. Additionally, she sent some questions that were submitted to the question log at the time that she did request, and they were related to summer school. And so I did make the administration aware that they were there. And so it was my understanding that she was going to ask questions related to these. That was why they were being pulled.
Okay, I wanted to
So
make
that's
sure I
it.
didn't miss that. So Commissioner Griffin, respectfully, that's not to say that questions you have are not for any reason, that they're not valid. I respect that you have questions for summer school, but I'm now seeking clarity on, did you want these removed from the consent agenda?
It was my understanding, and maybe I didn't clearly understand, maybe it was a broken line of communication somewhere. But basically, what I needed was questions answered regarding summer school. These monies that are going out, we got hundreds and thousands of dollars going
Okay.
out on these resolutions, and particularly in the back, I'm sorry to the listening public, I have a lot, there's a lot of.
Maybe, is there maybe one resolution specifically that you can pull out, maybe?
I'm trying to speak so that I can give it to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
So,
Great.
if I can, let me actually go to the email I sent out to Clerk Wynn to specify the specific, and I'm sorry to the listening public for this confusion. So if we look at several resolutions, hold on one second. I apologize. Here we go. There is an abundance amount of funds that's going out, and what my concern is that there's nothing stating on here how the.
Which resolution, so that we can follow
And
along?
I'm getting ready to tell you.
Okay.
734,
734?
735,
Okay.
737, and I'm just trying to go through and make sure I got them right here. My concern is how this money, we have a lot of money that's going in. What was the total amount of money that we have in our budget for summer school? And how it's being allocated, because we don't have a plan. I don't know how all this money is being allocated is my big question here. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars, but going into these different pockets, but we're not saying how it's gonna actually be allocated throughout the summer program. So
Okay.
that's my concern.
Okay. So, General Counsel,
$323,000, $649.
General Counsel, I might need your guidance on this, but I want to honor, if I started with Resolution 734 that Commissioner Griffin had a question around, she expressed, if I understood her properly, that she's not seeing where it's demonstrating how dollars are being allocated. This particular resolution appears to show that there's an allocation of over $300,000 and that it's going to go to a summer learning program at Edison, and it gives a breakdown of the number of students, the grade levels in which the students would be impacted by this particular allocation, and what the staff would be doing here. So I seem to have clarity, and also just, so with that,
Yeah, I'm just
Are
not
there-
used to it. To the new commissioners, this was never like this before. We had an it was a presentation given to us by Alicia, which did a very good job with it, which broke everything down for us so we knew what was happening with the funds in the summer program. This is not the way this is right now. We got another resolution 737, a dollar amount of $310,000.
So, General Counsel-
I'm having a concern about the money, about this.
Yes.
How it's being allocated.
So, General Counsel, just for the purposes of bringing this meeting back on track, right? And I do want to recognize that, yes, we did have I'm like kind of pulled, y'all. Give me a second. You know, for the purposes of summer planning, we did receive presentations, but we also, you can't move forward with summer planning or with just a presentation. We also receive resolutions that need to be approved by the board. But the caveat that Commissioner Griffin may be referring to are the presentations that give a kind of a solid understanding of certain things.
The money was actually on the presentation.
With that said, though,
It
I
showed us the money
don't
dividend.
see that the board has the appetite to continue here. And what I've done is remove this off, because as the information is coming, I'd like to hear from my colleagues on where we are, if we need to move forward, or do we place this back on the we just voted on the consent agenda, so do we just vote on these at this time, or?
Without knowing how the money is, this is a lot
Question.
here.
Question.
If you're asking a procedural question, if the board is done and think debate is done, there is a procedural motion referred to as calling the question or previous question, where the board can go to an immediate vote on a matter or on a series of matters. It requires 2/3 of the board to agree, so it requires a supermajority for a board, so we need 5 members to agree. And debate is ended on the questions. It's not that it goes back on the consent agenda.
Right.
I mean,
We
it's-
just would
it's
call the question
essentially
and
you're
go forward.
recognizing, you know, we've had opportunity to talk about it. The rest of the board does not see the need to talk about it, and you know, you proceed to call the question, or the technical term, I believe, is the previous question in Robert's rules.
Because what I will say is that although these are resolutions that we're ready to probably move, it sounds like, move forward with in plans for summer school, because there is no summer school if these resolutions don't get taken care of. However, I do think there is an appetite that I'm also hearing to that. We would like to hear more of what are the plans looking like for summer school. So although we're voting on the technical aspect of summer school, no, there's no appetite for that. I'm asking the board. I'm one individual, and I do want to just put on record, because I've heard a lot of information in the community and folks that go out and say, the president, and anyone who is following education law and understands certain things, that my powers, or whatever authorities, are extremely limited, and that really, again, we move as a board body, that there is no one individual who is responsible for every single thing, that as a body, we should collectively be leaning in and making decisions. And so with that, Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, if we could just move forward to the vote.
We're going to go ahead, and the vote is open. I'm laughing at Commissioner Santiago.
All right, and it's just it's
No,
just
no,
with due
don't give
respect.
into that.
No,
We're
I'm
not
gonna
going to
give
do
into
it. We're
No,
not
I'm
going.
just-
We're not going to do it. I got you, bro.
Then don't laugh.
I'm with you.
Because it's not a joke. when
Okay.
you're talking
So
about
now, with that
taxpayers' money.
said,
It's not a joke.
it's not toward you, Commissioner Griffin.
I think you need
All
to-
right,
I don't think it's funny at all.
Commissioner. I'm going to call you Commissioner. I meant to call you Clerk.
Yeah,
Quinn. Are
it's
we?
ridiculous.
Just keep, we're gonna vote, let's go.
Stan, I just needed her to give us some peace for a moment. Clerk Nguyen,
Yes, ma'am.
Do I need to re-motion for all of these resolutions at this time?
No, I have an
This
open
is the
motion
last that
right
this is ever
now.
going to happen at this point, as far as I'm concerned.
Malloy and seconded by Commissioner Feynman.
All right, so all in favor of the resolutions as called on?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order at this time. Commissioner Griffin, thank you.
I am so excited that we are moving forward with, thank you for all the teachers who are going to teach these kids in a very hard time when everybody wants to be outside, and I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Can
Thank
we
you. We
get
just want
to
to, why don't we take a
motions?
brief recess? Can we just take like a 2-minute recess? We don't need to leave the dais. I just want to allow the dais to calm itself for a moment.
So
Moved by
moved.
Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor of just a brief recess? I just want
Aye.
to get this together. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're going to take a recess. Vote. Thank you. Time checks, 10:38. Welcome back to the Rochester Board of Education business meeting. And we're moving forward with our HCI, or Human Capital Resolutions at this time. I'd like to entertain a motion for resolutions 762 through 780.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough.
If I can request amendment.
Okay.
I would like to amend Resolution 779, to amend it only to reflect the acting appointment of Kelly Briggs, and to remove number 2 from the resolution.
Okay, so with that said, we're entertaining, we have a motion on the floor for 762 through 780 with the amendment to 779 to remove number 2 on the list for that resolution. Did I capture that? Well,
You
After
did,
a
but
while, it's bedtime.
you should probably do the amendment separate because you need to vote to amend and then
All
vote
right,
on
so
it.
seven
So, yeah.
sixty-two through 780, with the exception of 779 at this time. And we have motions on the table. All in favor of 762 through 780 minus 779? Aye. Oh, any
I have,
discussion?
I have a list of nays and yays on this one.
Okay.
So can I just give them out to you, Rima?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm gonna be a yes on 762, 763, 764, 765, 766, 768, 770, 775, 776, 777, and 780. And I'm a nay on 767, 769, 771, 772, 77.3, 77.4, 778, and 77.9. And I just also want to state that this is nothing personal on my nays to anybody on any of those resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and so we take the vote, minus that, we've taken the vote on the rest. All in favor, or any further discussion on those? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I am an aye for all besides 771 and 773.
Clerk, when were you able to capture those? Okay. All right, with that, entertaining a motion for Resolution 779 with the reflected amendment with removal of number 2 on that resolution.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor of Resolution 779 as amended?
Aye.
Nay,
Aye. Any opposed? We have a nay.
nay.
And any others? Resolution carries.
That was a vote to amend it, but you need,
No, we
Did you
already
do both?
amended it, but it was a vote as amended, like, it's a.
wait, so maybe I missed that. You might have done that too fast. Who voted, who was the motions for amending? You and then Commissioner Feynman. I
Yes.
heard yay to that, but I heard, she said nay, but that was to amend it. So now you need a vote to vote as amended.
That's
So
what I
for,
just did.
so who did the first, am I missing something
So
then?
who just motioned this for the vote as amended just
No,
now?
no, no, so I'm going back. I'm asking who voted to amend it. That was the question.
First
Who was
did
the
that?
motion before
Okay.
that?
Did you capture that?
I didn't hear that motion. I thought that was the one they just took.
So earlier, just before we took this vote, we amended it. Okay, perfect.
No.
Commissioner Feynman has record. Because there's like 7 of us. And I don't know if y'all think that this one person is, but y'all better help me out.
Team effort.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, wait, no, but that was when Commissioner LeBron listed all those things. So that was for motion, that was for 762 to 780 without 79. That wasn't for the amendment to 79. So you did, okay, so you two motioned twice. Thank you for the clarification.
Give me some captions. I
know.
I'm gonna have to do it. All right.
All right, so where are we at?
All right, we're past the HCI resolutions at this time. And we're at resolution, or excuse me, 12 here. Trying to scroll down a bit. This is Board of Education illegal audit resolutions. And so at this time, I'd like to request a motion for resolution 686, 687, 781, 782, 83, 784, and 794.
So moved.
Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. And these are open for discussion at this time. With none, all in favor of Resolution 686, 87, 81, 82, 83, 84, and 794?
Aye.
Yay, aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. I'd like to request a motion to amend Resolution 685.
So moved. Or
Moved by Vice President Malloy,
6 or 785?
This is to 685 to the standard workday resolution to update the recorded hours for commissioners. For all of us. Those are our workday hours as submitted. Okay. So entertaining that, who seconded the motion? Who first, who motioned it? Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. That's open for discussion if there are any questions. If none, all in favor of those resolutions?
To amend.
To amend 685?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
I'm sorry, Vice President LeBron, did you say yes or no?
I said aye.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm just a little confused. I need a little clarification on who pulled that. I'm confused as to who pulled that resolution and why it wasn't left in the consent agenda.
Let's motion to amend Resolution 685. Can you have clarity on why this was getting amended?
It needed to be amended. It can't be amended in the consent agenda.
Got it. I
Okay,
appreciate that.
okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
Thank you. I was like, I don't know who pulled it.
Excuse me, President Simmons?
Yes.
If I could interject just for a moment. Commissioner Griffin has joined online, and I believe I heard her say aye, and so I just want to offer clarity. Commissioner Griffin, in order for me to take your vote, you must also be on, yes, but you must also be on camera. So you're not on camera, so I'm not able to take that vote. So I just wanted to be clear that that was not counted, and if you want your other votes too, you will need to be.
Well, I mean, I was here,
Okay,
here,
thank
and
you,
then
Clerk Wynn.
Thank you.
So are
seemed
we
like-
on number 13, resolutions corrected? Okay, there we go. Resolutions corrected and added after the work session.
Can I,
Did we
sorry,
actually vote?
just interject right? I was just saying.
I can't keep up anymore.
Yep, so-
It's chaos. It's utter chaos.
This will be quick. So I think 685, typically after you vote to amend, then you're voting on the resolution as amended. So I heard a vote to amend, but then I did not hear a confirmation on the resolution as amended for 685.
Okay, thank you. So we took the vote to amend. Thank you for that clarity. Guys. All right, so entertaining motion for resolution 685. As amended. Motion by Commissioner McCullough. Second by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, 685 carries. And we're moving on to number 13, resolutions 757 through 795.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Feynman. Do we need to do anything special that way? All in favor?
Turn to online?
Oh, open for discussion?
Yes, you need to open for
Excuse me.
discussion.
Yes, there's several discussions. Regarding the transportation resolutions, let me pull up those numbers. So right now, there are two for this year, so 787 and 788. Resolution number 787 is showing that we had a 27% increase in transportation for that one vendor for this school year right now. And so I've also submitted a number of questions, and I've also pleaded with my colleagues to understand that they and no board, let me just be clear, because it could be any board, no school board should be voting for resolutions regarding almost $85 million of transportation on vendors without a clear evidence of actual buses, routes. The resolutions that we have before us are so vague that they just give an amount and they do not tell us how many routes and buses that includes, how many students is going to serve. And this is the problem. And I want to be clear that to the administration, this is in general to everybody in the administration. I do not like to get vague answers when we're talking about millions of dollars. And I have experienced financial hardship in this district. I have suffered with families around transportation in this district. And I really hate it because when people in the community say, it feels like, hey, the privilege make decisions up here about us down here. Yes, it feels like it when we get resolutions that lack critical details And so I'm not voting for this, but I am asking the board not to vote for it tonight either. You do not have enough critical information in the resolution tonight. And what has been presented and given to this board in its entirety, even in the message in the question log, is insufficient. And if anything, it raises additional questions. Even in the resolution tonight with one particular vendor, there are two that we are giving additional dollars to because the district stated that they underestimated and it's their error. That is the justification for it. Yeah, I swear to God, I cannot stress enough that we have a situation before us and that we're just giving away money without critical details, and we have no understanding how many of these buses are going to be ready for our children in 60 days after July 1, because that is the timeline. How long does it take for these buses to be purchased, registered, inspected by New York State, passed, modified for special education? Because if you look at the vendors and the contracts and who has the contracts for SPED and McKinney-Vento, which are our homeless students, these are not companies that may have the actual buses in hand today. And we do not have answers. So I just want the public to know, I want to put it on record, but if anybody has answers tonight before we vote, that the great start would be how many buses, fleets, drivers, monitors, how are we ready? How do we know? How do we have assurance of that? Those are the critical information that's missing tonight
Yeah,
on
so
almost $85 million. Thank
Chief
you.
Scott, can you come up and provide our community and our commissioners with where we're currently at as it relates to these vendors and their preparedness for the 26-27 school year?
And before we get started there, I do want to recognize, because it's 10:52, but also that I'm recognizing it's the end of the school year. And if one key piece of having a transportation plan is having the vendors secured and ready to go. And I don't want us to end up in a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if you could definitely provide us with additional clarity, as many of us have been seeking answers.
Yes. Can I say before
No,
they speak though?
Commissioner, no, he's speaking, but I'll call on you right after he gets done with the information, Commissioner Griffin, so that you can certainly voice your question. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. All three vendors, Ontario, First Student, and also Transpo, have indicated that they possess the bus drivers, the buses, and also the monitors, and additional resources necessary to absorb the redistributed routes and continue providing transportation services for our students.
Excuse me,
in
I'm
the-
sorry. I'm sorry, Chief. I am so sorry, respectfully.
Okay, we're
We
not
need to
gonna,
see actual numbers.
that's
No,
understood.
I do not want verbal assurances. We need to see actual numbers, and it should be
Absolutely.
in the contract. Let me
Absolutely.
just say this, the
Paper.
resolution should be reflective of what we're
Commissioner
actually
LeBron,
paying for,
Commissioner
not
LeBron,
just a
and Commissioner
generic
Griffin.
information.
Yes,
I'm
I definitely
sorry. I
hear what
just,
you're
and
saying.
I'm so
I
sorry. I
have
did
so many
actually,
voices taking place at
I'm
all ends of the
sorry. I'm
dais
gonna
as
shut
well
up.
as online, and I'm just going to ask respectfully, I recognize it's 10:53, and when it gets late like this, I think we turn into werewolves, right?
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
not
I'm
a
gonna have to be
great
quiet.
time.
What it
And
is
so
that
what I
we
want to
want the
do is make sure that we're
But
hearing
my
from.
point stands.
We
I don't
need
want,
invite-
I don't
Okay, I'd
want
like
him
to
to
call
waste
for
his
recess.
time.
Okay,
Jesus,
all in
come on,
favor?
this is
All right.
We're
ridiculous.
in recess,
Cut that.
please.
Welcome back to the Rochester Board of Education business meeting. Time check is 11:02, and we are going to reconvene our resolution the conversation we're having. I wanted to recognize that we do have Chief Scott, who has joined us to answer questions that were rendered regarding transportation this evening. And what we would like to do is ensure that he has the opportunity to answer some questions. If there are additional questions or concerns, we will allow for the conversation to take that course. However, we do want to render respect as this gentleman is at the mic providing the information. Before I give you the mic, sir, I do want to also acknowledge that there is written documentation available. When you're in person, that is one of the perks that you receive it. However, that documentation that was provided can be shared via executive contact on maybe board docs for commissioners, for those who were not able to be here to their appointed seats in person.
It should be
So at this
available
time,
to the public.
I would like for
Anything
you,
that we are
Chief
voting
Scott,
on
to go
and
ahead and
discussing
provide the
by law,
information. Are we going to take another
has to be
recess?
available to the public. So no, we don't get exclusive rights as commissioners to information that the public by
No
law has
problem. Thank you,
access and rights
Commissioner
to.
LeBron. I
So I
appreciate
want to be
that.
clear
No
that our
problem.
board
Are
president
we
is
going-
saying that if a commissioner is there
No,
in
you be
person,
clear
the public,
that you should come in
parents,
person to
you all have a
meetings.
right to this
And at
information
this
by law.
time, we have Chief Scott at the podium, and I would like for him to
By
render
law.
his comments at this time. Chief Scott, the mic is yours, I believe.
Thank you, Commissioner, President Simmons. Our director, Stephanie.
And please forgive me, the information's in the board log. I know we got you, I got you, I got you. It's in the board log. That's what I meant to say. There you go. Go ahead.
Yes, our Director of Transportation, Stephanie.
It's not in the board log. Please go refresh it and read it yourself.
Sorry.
Commissioner LeBron, enough.
So our director, Stephanie Moreau, and our transportation team has been in constant contact with our vendors in regards to our numbers moving into next year. We've created a tracker, something that we actually do have every year anyways, but something that we actually made some additions to, where we will be making sure that we track on a weekly basis. That's something that's going to be very visible to everyone as far as readiness of vehicles, bus drivers, availability for next year, just so we are on top of making sure that, of course, we have enough buses, drivers, that routes are going to be taken care of as well. This is something that's going to be monitored weekly in person with the vendors, and that's going to be available to, of course, Superintendent Rosser, who will be providing that to the board on a weekly basis. So there won't be any surprises whatsoever. One of the other things that we are also doing that was mentioned earlier during Superintendent Rosser's report was us making sure that the student placement deadline will be July 31st. This is very important for us because we need to know how many students we need to route in the system. That, of course, helps the vendors and helps us to be very proactive in making sure that we can have readiness and buses available for the first day of school for all of our students.
Thank you, Chief Scott. I want to open the dais for questions first. Further questions? Commissioner Fineman?
I just want to say thank you. I know that this is a topic of great discussion, and that as a government agency, we have to take the lowest bid that comes our way. And I know that you had to go through a lot of bids to go through this, and it was a very arduous process, and I wanted to just thank you for making sure that this is being taken care of.
All right. No
That is
further,
not-
no further.
Okay.
I got her. Hold on. I'm trying to call on people with no further questions on the dais. I'm going to move to online, and I see a hand online. I'd like to provide Commissioner LeBron the opportunity to speak at this time.
So at this time, the answers remain unclear. Having and creating a dashboard or saying we had none of that actually leads again to an actual number. And if we had to go live in 2 weeks, are we ready? Do we have the appropriate number of buses? How many routes are each of these vendors getting? We do not know based on a resolution. Again, the board and no board should be voting on any resolution where we're talking about multi-million dollars and it is vague resolution and it does not give you any details of how many buses, routes they're going to cover, how many students they're going to cover, nothing, zilch, nada. And I find it very odd that in all of my time on this board, we have had 4 vendors and have had shortages that got worse post-COVID for a mirage of reasons, including delays in New York State with passing inspections and getting CELs folks licensed fast enough, that suddenly we're miraculously with one giant less vendor going to have enough buses for all students. And mark my words, it is June 18th, the night before Juneteenth of 2026. Parents, you will not have a bus for your child, and this district cannot guarantee it. And if you recall 3 years ago, when we had a superintendent that ignored the warning signs of the transportation crisis before us, we landed in a position where kids did not get buses till November and December. And then we cannot cry about the attendance if we are not doing our due diligence to provide transportation on day one for all of our children. And I just want to point out that the 2 biggest populations that are going to be specifically impacted is special education and McKinney-Vento. Both of those populations we have additional legal obligations to. And I hope that parents are listening because you also have a right to have your child transported regardless of your circumstances and your ability to remain housed at this time. The district, it does not matter that they are going to be jammed up. They are legally still required to provide the transportation to you all. That is all.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I'm looking at the question log, but I see the vendor tracker, but I see the information breakdown that I was referencing. So look at that, and it still may not suit your needs, but it's a breakdown of some of the things that you've been asking for. And I just want to know if there's another hand up there because I cannot see it. Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Griffin?
Yes. Security. Uh, was saying the lowest, that is not actually 100% correct if I understand correctly. Commissioner LeBron, can you clarify that part with the lowest bidder? To what Commissioner Feynman was saying. I don't.
Yeah, that's not correct, but typically it's preferred to go to the lowest vendor, but quality also counts.
All right, so we're all set with that. Again, take a look at the board question log. There is contract information breakdown, and there may be some additional questions that come. With that said, I don't want to have a self-fulfilling prophecy because what I do know is it's June 18th and we have to get buses for kids, and if that's truly a concern, we'll represent it properly. And, at this point, I just want to call for the vote. So entertaining a motion for, we've already got the motion on the table, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Name.
Have that, clerk one? Okay, thank you.
Nay for all of them, Commissioner LeBron?
Correct.
Okay.
All righty, so we're moving on to unfinished business.
You said yes? Yeah, I heard that.
Unfinished business, I believe we're looking at Oracle at this point. Oh, we got another amendment or something? Oh,
You have the walk-on for $7.95.
okay. So we already made the amendment for that walk-on?
No.
Motion for the 48-hour waiver, and then the motion for the actual
I included
resolution.
that in there. So entertaining a motion for the 48-hour submission rule required by the Board of Bylaws for Policy 2300 for Resolution 795.
So moved.
Vice President Malloy.
Second.
Commissioner Santiago. All in favor of waiving the 48-hour rule?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and then we would like to entertain a motion for Resolution 795.
So moved.
Vice President Malloy, second by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor, or open for discussion? None? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. We're going to move this over to Oracle at this time.
Yeah, so very quickly, Mr. McDowell, if you can come up and provide a payroll update to our commissioners as we've done each month.
Thank you, Superintendent Rosser. So similar to our reports that we've done for the last 8 months, we are going to give you a breakdown of the juror tickets and where we have been and where we're at today. As of March 26th, we had about 214 tickets that we were working on. And if you remember back in October, the number was 1797. Then you move to April. Of that 214, we're down to 143. More work has been done, and now in May, you're down to 105. And then as of yesterday, that number is 51. So as we see the progress of getting the tickets taken care of and our issues resolved, it's happening at a greater expediency. So we're happy with that. The real concerns are on the next page, and we'll talk about those. And we've already talked ad nauseum about the payroll transition to the general ledger as of March 20th. That's been reconciled up to that date. I expect that for the June payment, or not the June payment, but our July presentation, that will be caught up into May and probably into June at that time. In regards to exploring different platforms, we're meeting with 6 of the 12 respondents starting next week. There's a comment about the audit that's coming, and some of it's in regards to Oracle and the transformation or transition that we've had. This is an SED audit, and just wanted to express that we have external auditors, but nothing's like an SED audit. They will be here for a week, and then they'll come back again for a week in July. Then they'll come back for a week in August. And then after 4 or 5 months, after they thoroughly review us for a 5-year period, they will then start to give us an idea what that audit looks like. Lastly, to talk about ERS and TRS. For ERS, we're in a pretty good spot. Most of our May filings have been submitted. TRS loans are into the March-April area. The struggle we still continue to have is our configurations in regards to the service credits for TRS. And I know the biggest concern with that is for individuals who are retiring because their service credit does not show on the website. Our July, August submissions have been accepted. September was submitted, kicked back to us again. It's going to be submitted, actually it was submitted today. October should be submitted early next week, and our goal is to get the rest of them in a expedient way submitted to the state so that people don't have to worry about their pension allocations to them on a monthly basis going from there. Any questions?
I do have a question. So I think this is wonderful that we're getting to a point where it's really getting manageable. Barring Oracle and the craziness that happened with that, would we be seeing tickets normally? I mean, is it normal to just have a certain amount of tickets in this? Like, things happen all the time. People get married and then things get screwed up. So, I mean, are we ever supposed to see an expectation of 0 Does that make sense? No, right? So it's normal to have a certain amount of tickets.
Our, I don't want to say percentage of error. Our percentage of questions are usually about 1.5%. So somewhere, if you have 6,000 payroll entries, somewhere in the 90 to 100.
Perfect, thank you.
Any additional questions at this time regarding the Oracle presentation? With none, thank you for the presentation this evening.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rosser. We have a board self-evaluation here, I believe. Is this, can't make it up. We have Cindy from Council for Great City Schools online with us. Cindy, if you wanted to touch on the board evaluation really briefly.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. First, I want to just quickly acknowledge the monitoring conversation from earlier this evening. I heard the board engaging with the data, asking questions about what the district is learning, and exploring those actions that will help improve student outcomes. So, Dr. Rosser, you mentioned that you hoped I was proud, and indeed I was. I really do appreciate the work that you all put toward that. And it was a pleasure to hear the conversation happening. As far as I know you've had a long evening and still have more to go, so we'll keep this brief. On the agenda, you have our coaching team's recommended implementation scores for each of the 6 domains, and then the supporting information that we use to put those together. And that information reflects what we did in the governance retreat as far as going through the self-evaluation. The commissioners submitted self-evaluations and then observations of the board's governance work over the past months. Again, this is about periodically reflecting on effective governance practices and where the board is at this moment in time with the idea of continuous improvement. So with that, I would just ask if you have any questions on those recommendations that are attached to your agenda.
Yeah. Hi, it's great to see you. Look for an email from me very soon after the weekend. Enjoy your weekend, please. I went through this activity, and the 4 of us on the diocese that are currently here all did it, and it's disheartening that not everyone did. But I think it will be even better next year when we have McCullough and I have a better understanding, because there were a lot of questions in this, and I think it is important to understand that there is constant changeover in this role. So I think it's hard as an incoming commissioner to do this sort of evaluation. And I look forward to doing it more next year when I have a better understanding. And I just wanted to put it out there that as an incoming commissioner, it's difficult.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, and it is you'll definitely continue to learn and understand the framework and those indicators that you all went through. So I appreciate those comments.
Okay, were there any additional questions for clarity regarding the self-evaluation? And then, so we're just kind of said we don't need to vote on that or anything right now, right?
I would actually Jackie that to Cindy. Cindy, are they going to vote on this evaluation or?
So what I would say is that the board can choose to accept these scores, but if they believe that there's a different score that more accurately reflects its current governance practices, they can. But because these scores do belong to the board, but we would have you vote to accept them when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you so much. What's the appetite?
You bet.
Okay, thank you so much, Cindy, for joining us this evening, this late hour. We do appreciate it. So We're going to go ahead and vote on the,
Let's just get it done. Go ahead.
vote on the governance piece. So all in favor of the board self-evaluation at this time?
We need a motion.
Or motion.
To accept the board evaluation as discussed this evening.
We need a second.
Who was the first? You?
Yeah.
Vice President Malloy, Commissioner Fineman, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And then we're looking at first readings. These readings are regarding children and families, so we're looking at policies 5110, 5152, 5152.1, 5210, 7001, 7000, 7010, 7050, and 7500 and 7600. These are the policies that are here for first readings. Again, those policies are children and families in transition under McKinney-Vento, admission of non-resident students, admission of foreign students, student organizations and programs, facilities, development goals and plan, lead safe school policies, capital planning for shared building use, naming or renaming of facilities, and closure of school buildings. And so are there any discussions on these policies as presented this evening, Commissioner
Yes.
Fineman?
I would like to recommend to the board that in policy, 5110, that we change the language from temporary housing to unhoused, which opens up, the language. What I said last time about this policy is that we have federal regulations that we have to follow, and so that doesn't change no matter the word. But I think what can be helpful on our end to ensure that our policy is as clear as possible with what we're offering. And so I think unhoused opens up the umbrella in comparison to the current language that we have recommended in there. And so I would like to recommend that we use unhoused instead of in temporary housing.
Do you think we can include both?
Correct me if I'm wrong, is this not, the state sent a memo on how we are to be utilizing the language so that we get state aid? I don't want to jeopardize state aid.
Yeah, they did, but I did follow up and did get extra information, and some of the other words that's used in the state guidance document is temporary housing, unhoused,
Okay.
students experiencing homelessness, and so we have a lot of options besides just temporary housing.
Was that
And so I
aligned?
thought unhoused will be more conducive to everybody.
And if I can just make a comment on state aid, it's not based upon the terminology within our policy, it's based upon who we are acknowledging and reporting as individuals in homeless situations or experiencing homelessness.
Well, I do support the recommendation, Commissioner Santiago. So this is going into first readings, or it's going into second readings if we move this forward to the July business meeting. Are there any opposition to that suggestion at this time? With none, we'll move this forward into the July business meeting if we vote to do so at this time. So call them to vote.
There's no vote. They
It
move
just
automatically.
moves to second reading.
It's
So
gone.
forwarded the email to all commissioners on the NISBA recommendation and what they said in response to my concerns last meeting.
Thank you. All right, we're making it to the end. Time check 11:26. So we have the handbook ad hoc committee. We had a conversation around the appetite to take a look and align our bylaws with CGCS and just make sure that we're moving forward more efficiently and effectively as a board. We had some commissioners step up to the plate and take that on, being Commissioners Vice President Malloy, Commissioner McCullough, and Fineman taking on that charge. So I'd like to turn the mic over to, I believe Commissioner McCullough is going to present on the work you three have been doing. We recognize that this will come forward to the full board body for discussion, but this, I'll let you take it from here.
All right.
Thank you, President Simmons. So what you have in front of you, Commissioners, this is some information about lining up our board policies, our 2000 policies, with the CGCS and the Greater Cities Council Schools, you know what it is, and student focused outcomes. So what we want to do is, we've given these policies to the council. We've also looked over them, and CGCS has also looked at them as well. So now we want to give you guys an opportunity as a board to open up for discussion and give us your feedback, and if anything needs to be changed in these policies as we move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner McCullough. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, there is a caveat. There is policy 2111.1, I believe it is not recognized in here as of now because there's more work that needs to be done with that particular policy.
Thank
And just to clarify for the board, is there possibly any way that we can share when we expect to have the discussion? Do we have a specific meeting lined up for when we're going to have the full board discussion on some of these policies?
I'm sorry, can you restate that question?
Just because, yes,
What
we're
was the
working
question?
kind
I
of
just
as
missed
ad
it.
hoc, but I want to make sure that we have a full board discussion
Yeah.
because we
So
have to
what
move as a
would happen
board.
from here is that we will identify a date and time to place this on the agenda for further discussion as you all continue the work, and we'll then discuss it at that time.
Yeah, but there are a lot of track changes that they can see just by going online and giving feedback to the members of the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, so are you asking, Vice President Malloy, that folks take a look at some of the changes and can, in real time, provide feedback until we can get on a board meeting? But there's actions we can take now by looking at the information that's available to us, so I appreciate that. And I'll work with Clerk Nguyen to kind of refurbish that through an email as well. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I just wanted to, and legal counsel, you can let us know, and, Cynthia left us.
Yeah, she did just jump off.
But for our consent agenda, seeing that that's a new thing that we've gone down the direction of, I was just wondering, does it make sense to possibly create a policy around our consent agenda and, the process of it and the do's and don'ts? I don't know if it makes sense,
Oh,
but it's
your
just an
bylaws.
idea I want to shoot out there.
I think I'll let Clerk Nguyen answer before I chime in.
Yeah, so actually in July, there are no academic or administrative presentations, and the majority of that work session is going to be spent discussing some of these type of governance matters at length. So I think these policies, to your question, Commissioner McCullough, what's next, would be great to kind of follow up there and tie that up. Consent agenda is one of those things on there. My recommendation would be not to create a separate policy, but perhaps to roll it into the bylaws. We already talk about the structure of your meetings.
Yeah, that sounds good. I thought that it might make sense for us to have that somewhere, whether it's in the policy or the bylaws, make more sense.
For the record, that is coming up too, so that gives us a perfect opportunity to have that.
Okay, thank you for the work that you all are putting in. I know you meet very regularly, and again, I encourage everyone to take a look. The information is here, track changes are started. We can all lean in, and I'll work with Clerk Nguyen to make sure we are providing feedback. With that, the board may convene into executive session to discuss matters leading to the appointment, promotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of particular persons, matters leading to the appointment or removal of a particular corporation, and pending or current litigation with the general counsel. I'd like to entertain a motion to exit into executive session at this time. Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night.